MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, challenger qualifiers, challenger stage, and last chance qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the challenger qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the challenger stage. The challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the challenger qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for one more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, one final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get one last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only one team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the challenger qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the challenger stage rankings. In the challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into last chance qualifier stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through last chance qualifier stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the last chance qualifier stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head & Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours, so dandruff and itch don't come back. Head & Shoulders.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to everyone here in Singapore as well as all across the world who's tuning in to the MPL Singapore Season 9 playoffs. We started the season with 5 MPL Singapore teams with a revamped format to encourage fresh faces to enter the fray via the challengers and last chance qualifiers that has been happening all across Singapore over the past 3 weeks. And now, with the challengers teams taking the heat to the MPL teams, we have seen 2 challengers teams rise and fight their way to earn a spot in the playoffs. Only 5 teams stand before us to fight for a chance to be crowned as the MPL Singapore Season 9 champions. I'm Hishiko, and I'll be your host for this season. I'm excited to see which team will be the one to represent Singapore in the upcoming MSC 2025 that will be happening in Riyadh. We are live here at Tampines Mall, Level 4, Open Plaza, and it is not too late to come down to watch your favorite teams and players live in action. If you are in the vicinity, or even if you're not, do feel free to head down as we have a lot of exciting prizes to be won and activities to be carried out. The playoff systems has changed a little. And we have moved into the play-in system where the 3rd and 4th seed from the regular season table will be going up against the qualified teams from the challengers stage and the last chance qualifier. First, we'll be starting with Kingdom Esports versus Absolute Zero. Our amazing partners is powered by Moonton Games and also Pulse Nova Entertainment. A big shout out to our partner in esports, Head and Shoulder, and also Singapore Esports Association. And of course, a huge thank you to Capital Land, who is our venue partner for the weekend and also Tampines Mall for making this event a reality. And now the players are ready. And over to the casters for the first match of the day.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And as Hishiko has said, we are now and finally in the playoffs. So throughout the next few days, 3 days in fact, we will be here covering every single part of the actions that is about to unfold and unravel before us, as we will have our representative that will be then go over to Saudi Riyadh.
Riyadh, yeah, of
in
course.
Riyadh, yes. So of course, my name is Abstract, and with me here is Deadeye,
Yeah.
and the both of us gonna be your casters for today.
I'm looking forward for this one, Abstract. Now, this is the playoffs. Well, now we are going to expect the team stepping up. And we have just witnessed, of course, a new change in MPL SG season format. It has been a wild ride on the regular season. Now, here in the playoffs, the MWC spot is in the line as well.
Oh, speaking of EWC, man, EWC. It's always one of the most prestigious things that we are looking out for, and of course, flying all the way to Riyadh. Oh boy, it is always going to be such an experience. Now, of course, when we are talking about playoffs, we gotta have to, address the elephant in the room.
Yep.
It's very unfortunate that we gotta have to be the bearer of bad news, but there, of course, when it comes down to the playoff teams, we originally had a total of 6 teams going in, but now unfortunately we now have 5, as one of the teams has been disqualified, and that of course is Everlasting Love. If you'd like to find out a little bit more, do take a look at the MPL SG Instagram, as we will not dive too deep into that detail. In fact, the call to action is to go to the Instagram and like us, follow, do everything that you need to.
Of course, as you have mentioned, of course, that Abstract, it is now going to be RSG moving forward into our playoffs. So this day, the day 1 of the playoffs, we are going to expect 2 matches in a best-of-3 series. Now, this first match is going to be between the side of Kingdom Esports versus Absolute Zero. Now, Absolute Zero was a challenger team.
Yes.
They came with a bang, and now they are here in the playoffs. And speaking of which, this is the roster that we are now going to highlight. Nan here in the jungle, Rapidot here on the Rome, Buji in the mid, Salas in the gold, and Vendetta on the EXP. Now, Absolute Zero, they're the ones who actually knocked out the top 3 for of MPL SG Season 8, and now they are here in the playoffs to once again prove their worth.
Yeah, so I actually have absolutely no idea what to expect coming in from Absolute Zero. They definitely look really strong, but for now, we'll talk about Kingdom Esports, as if you guys have tuned into the MPL SG's Instagram, you may have known about the transfer window, as we now have Ian's
double Z.
Ian's with 2 Z's coming in that will be playing onto the jungle role together with FMM, Melon, Malik TZ, and Bear.
Wow, this is new. So start of the playoffs, new jungler into the side of Kingdom Esports. And remember, it was Loisa who has been taking care of this role. Now Ian's double Z will now going to step up. So this is actually could be a risky move coming in from Kingdom Esports for this one, because Loisa has been pretty good. Very bold move. Actually, Loisa has been pretty good on the fighter jungle roles here, but Ian's, we didn't know what's his hero pool. Will it be an assassin type or a fighter type as well?
We have absolutely zero idea.
Yep.
So we gotta have to find out along with you guys how Kingdom Esports is gonna go. There is, of course, a very high likelihood that Kingdom Esports playstyle will change dramatically just because of the jungle change, which is why we mentioned that it is actually a pretty bold move. If you're talking about, maybe EXP laner or gold lane change, there is actually not that big of a difference difference per
I
se. It's
agree.
mostly like micro macro that kind of stuff.
I agree.
But when it comes down to jungle, it changes the entire rotation. It changes the possible hero picks, and that will then dictate the kind of draft and composition that will eventually kind of fill out for the rest of the team.
Yeah, true. Speaking of which, the strategy so far that we have witnessed Kingdom Esports when Loiza is on that role was to be very team fight heavy with a fighter, a jungler, as heroes that I have mentioned a while ago. Now Ianzi, I'm looking forward to what is going to be the hero picks here. Could it be an assassin type? So as you mentioned, it will dramatically change on how they will go through here in the playoffs.
Yep. So as of now, there are absolutely no change when it comes down to the meta. There's no patch in between, right?
There's no patch in
There's no patch in
between,
between,
but so
okay.
far with the
That's
2
good.
weeks of
Small little break.
with
Yeah.
a break, I've seen somehow the Baksha popping off, especially on the other regions right here.
Yep.
Actually, Baksha originally was being used just to counter the Clea and those heavy utility heroes with the heals, high lows with that one. But
course.
now it has become one of the top picks for
Yeah.
the other regions. So could it be also Baksha here going to be one of the most contested heroes in the playoffs?
I would say that when it comes down to the regular season itself, or rather the challenger, during challenger and the seeded stage, we have already, and perhaps even the last chance qualifiers, we're starting to see a lot more of the Baxias. So it's relatively fair to say that I think coming into the playoffs, we will see more Baxias being heavily prioritized and perhaps even heavily banned in certain situations too.
I think Baksha could be one of the most priority bans here for the side of Kingdom Esports because Rapidots on Absolute Zero is very good on utility heroes like the Matilda. It's been also on that Hylos, very effective. But with the Baksha coming in, it could be one of the heroes that could counter this such strategy coming in from Absolute Zero.
And let's not forget about the fact that the Baxia has also been seen being played in the EXP lane as well. So not only is Baxia great when it comes down to utility and all the kind of jazz, but when it comes down to the drafting stage, we can definitely expect quite a bit of flexibility. They can, of course, first pick that, second pick that, and create some confusions or perhaps create some, make the opponents constantly think, is this going to be an EXP Baxia? Roam Baxia? How's it going to be? Hey, Jungle Baxia.
Could be.
Hey.
Could be. No, actually, Absolute Zero and Kingdom Esports has a similarity. Of course, let's just say that the playstyle with Loisa is in the roster coming in from Kingdom Esports. It was always fighter, jungler heavy. So Baksha could fill in the role as well. So like you mentioned, of course, being a jungle Baksha here. And speaking of which, the similarities of both teams here, it was Loisa who really loves to play the Joy and the Suyo. So without him, again, this if you are on the side of Absolute Zero, comes to guessing. Is this gonna be the party bans as well in the jungle role here?
Of course, let's not forget about Lucas coming into the mix.
Yeah.
When it, we gotta have to talk about the Naruto trio, right? Kalia, Suyo, as well as Lucas. As a matter of fact, the rising popularity of Lucas has actually thrown the Suyo into the ditch. We actually don't really see that much of Suyo in the jungle within of the Singaporean meta, which is actually kind of weird because there's actually nothing wrong about the Suyo at all. All the other regions, they're still religiously using Suyo and being one of the top priority picks and perhaps even priority bans. So at this point in time, playoffs might be a little bit different because of that 2 weeks gap. They may have screamed with obscene amounts of teams from all over the region to, once again get that glimmer or, confidence in Suyo again.
Speaking of Suyo, again, I'm just surprised, of course, that Loiza is out because Loiza has been one of the players who really used Suyo at this moment in time. Of course, now Ianzi mentioned we are still at a guess on what he's going to be his comfort heroes here. But then again, looking forward as well to the gold lane. Now we are going to talk about the gold lane here, abstract. Malik Teasy is very good on that Granger, on that Moskov. He's a monster. He's also going to be, we are going to look out on that kind of hero pool as well. Malik Teasy has been popping up.
Honestly, not only Malik Teasy, we actually have seen quite a lot of heroes that is really comfortable with this Granger
Yeah,
gold lane.
true.
Especially since, you know, Granger has never exactly been a gold laner. And in fact, we have seen Granger more on the jungle
Jungle.
back in the days, right?
True.
So technically speaking, it's fair to say that most of these gold laners don't have prior experience into learning about the Granger, experiencing the Granger for extended periods of time.
Mhm.
So it's only because of this meta they started to pick up the Granger a little bit more, and that means that everyone has an equal amount of time to learn Granger to its best case scenario.
True. I do remember last time there was a game wherein Granger was really having a hard start or a bad game. But then again, with just a simple turntables of a team fight, his Sky Piercer is just being from the zero item to a hero item there. So it can be probably a game changer as well, item for the Granger here, as you have mentioned.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly which week was that, but there was it was definitely a one-sided match.
True.
In the end, it still went over to, you know, the stronger side, the one that's constantly being in dominance. But they gave the Granger a free Savage just because of the fact that, you know, we gotta end
That's very
fast.
unfortunate,
Yeah,
yeah.
I can't remember which team it was, but you know, I'm not gonna name and shame.
Yeah, yeah. That was the first savage. Actually, the only savage that we have witnessed so far.
Yes.
But yeah,
That
okay.
was one of the only savages. I
Mhm.
can't remember if whether Lucas got a savage. Oh, no, it was
No.
double maniac and a single triple. It was crazy, but not
It is.
exactly crazy enough. But you know what's crazy? The draft that is coming up.
Mm.
Maybe it might be crazy, but we're just gonna leave it up to Coach DJ and Coach No One.
Okay.
To be fair, I think that there is actually a coach called No One.
Coach. Oh, really?
Hey, if
Okay.
I'm not
I
wrong.
only know an
If I'm
esports
not
player
wrong.
with the name No One.
Yeah.
But anyway, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The start of our playoffs here in MPL SG Season 9, Day 1, Match 1. Kingdom Esports versus Absolute Zero. Now, for Absolute Zero's side, this is going to be the first time they're going to have a match with a best of 3. So all of the challenger teams have
Oh,
experience. Yeah, it's all best of 1s there. So this is a different thing for them. A best of 3 series, which Absolute Zero always plays their hardest every game to earn that point. But this time around, there is a chance, if ever, of course, our game will stretch to game 3, their opponent, Kingdom Esports, could adjust.
Okay, so now we know how Ian's look like now. We have his portrait now.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so at least, you know, we can put a face to the name
Mhm.
now. Okay, so with the Matilda as well as the Chip being first banned, as well
yeah.
as the Phobias that has just entered in. So Fanny also joining in. So the drafting phase is actually zooming past us pretty fast. At this point in time, Khalil, Lucas are still currently available. What else?
The
I would
Kimi,
say
yeah.
Kimi, Jusin, they're all readily available too. Badang.
Badang.
Let's not forget about Badang
Correct.
and Gatokacha. Although they are not exactly very ban worthy in the first phase per se, but they are still very good heroes to be picked up within the first phase.
Especially with the hands of, in the Badang, the hands of Bear. He's been a game changer on the Badang. You gotta respect Badang, the hands of Bear there. But so far, there you go. It's gonna be the backshot being taken out
There
this
we go.
time around. I think the Matilda is still pretty strong, especially in the hands of Rapidot here on the side of Absolute Zero. So this is a pretty good ban here. But you've mentioned, of course, there's so many openings here. We've seen also Kingdom Esports strategy really looking forward for Malik Tizi to step up. So there's been a game that they have prioritized the Moscow first pick. Moscow first pick. There is a game there, and Malik Tizi, that only shows here that Kingdom Esports really want to invest the comfort pick hero of Malik Tizi.
You know what? I think that that's not too out of the question to happen again, considering the fact that now we've got a Harif being banned out too. So the amount of gold laners is definitely dwindling down a little bit with Moskov as well as Granger being one of the top prios at this point. But with the fact that Kimi, Kalia, and Lucas is currently available, it all shifts over to Kingdom Esports, where they have decided to pick up a Kalia for themselves, allowing Absolute Zero to pick up the Lucas if they want, as well as another mage. So in this case, Granger and Juicin.
Granger is Zushin. Okay, they're going to take this one out. No questions about this one. Granger has been, as highlighted a while ago, has been one of the most comfort picks here for the side of Malik Tizi. But then again, the Moscow is still pretty much open here. But on the other side, with the first pick, Kalea, we've seen how this hero will become an aggressive roamer here as well. Usually in the EXP, it was Vendetta who is doing that one on the side of Absolute Zero, but on Kingdom Esports, most likely it is going to be on the roam.
Yeah, so unfortunately, no EXP Kalia from Vendetta is unfortunate, but we will always love to see that. But at least the Badang is still going to be a very good pick for Vendetta,
Yeah.
which we've seen a couple of times. In the meantime, Irithel is also going to be a very good pick coming from Kingdom Esports. It's a direct counter, or rather, it's a kind of a soft counter against Granger. Make things a little bit easier within of the laning phase, just unlocking the possibility of FMM not exactly needing to go over to the goal lane all that much, and just kind of supplementing his forces in either the EXP lane or perhaps even in the jungle whenever he needs to.
Okay, so you've mentioned, of course, the Badang, right? I think this is a Badang-worthy second phase pick here for the side of Kingdom Esports. Again, Bear has been phenomenal here in this hero. They can go for this route, Badang. And FMM also has been pretty good on that Garakacha, but instead, I mentioned a while ago, most likely it is going to be a Kalea roam that we are going to expect here for the side of Kingdom Esports.
Yeah, I believe so as well. With the clear roam for FMM, that would generally mean that if they want to prioritize the Irithel, they should and they could. But that also kind of shows off their hands a little bit too early.
True.
Unless they're not too, afraid of the Granger, they can always leave the marksman pick for later on. And if they have to, if they have to kind of force AZ to ban out the Irithel, no harm done. There's still a Moskov. If Moskov is banned, never mind, no harm done. There's still some others that we can look
for my opinion, abstract here, I think the Kingdom Esports, what I have witnessed and how they play, they really invest much on Malik TZ. So this is also a worthy pick for the gold lane as well as Bears Badang. For me, I can go for the Moskov Badang here if I'm on the side of Kingdom Esports, wherein I will secure these comfort heroes onto their side. But again, on the matchup between the Granger and the Moskov is pretty much okay between these two. I still have, I gotta say, Malik TZ will not be punished so hard here. It's gonna be a battle of range there on the gold lane.
Okay, so clearly I think that about a minute has passed. About a minute has passed. So we do have the timer that's slightly frozen up. We will get the drafting for you guys as soon as possible once that is more or less ready. But, with all of these theory that's coming up for us, we more or less have a general idea what kind of composition that they will want to go for based on what is available. At least for AZ, it is still relatively open. They have the juice in that plays around for teamfight pretty well. In the meantime, Granger is great for single target. Early game, when it comes down to the laning phase, no problems whatsoever unless Irithel is picked. So we'll just kind of see how that's going to work out in the end.
I just remembered also, it was Absolute Zero who did the Ubi strat that we have been.
Oh, it was Absolute Zero?
Yeah, it was Absolute Zero. They
shit.
did. And it was against Team Flash. The Baksha and the Estes combo, yes. Correct. That was Absolute Zero.
That was absolutely disgusting.
Absolutely disgusting as well. And they did also the Alpha Matilda combo as well. So they have this cheeky or cheesy
They have like combos. They like to play around with combos, which I think that is a very valuable information for us to have regarding on how AZ wants to play, right? At least for Juicin and Granger, I don't necessarily see any form of combo, but we have seen before a Fredrin plus Juicin combination whereby you just eternally lock people down. So as much as we are as much as possible, perhaps we'll look for junglers that have a lot of crowd control. So technically speaking, if they want to go for combo, Fredrin is a great start. Alpha is a pretty decent one to pick up as well. But a big part of me just believes that it's likely gonna be more of a Joy pick.
Yeah.
Kinda.
Okay. Joy is actually is pretty good.
And
this
Lucas
is
also not too bad,
there you go. Now we know
Hayabusa.
an assassin type Yan Z.
Oh, Louis.
And Louis as well.
Okay. Okay. It's a shift in priority.
Yep. And you have mentioned right before the start of our draft, it changes everything with this pick on the jungle. Could be an assassin, and speaking of assassin, it loves to go for a flank maneuvers And then there you go. The Luyi will now be in this composition as well. So this is a totally different Kingdom Esports what I'm looking right now, because
Yeah.
usually it's front to back composition.
Yeah, very micro-based compositions,
Yep.
right? This one is, yes, definitely a little bit of micro, especially since coming from a Hayabusa, but that's not exactly the thing that sticks out like a sore thumb. It's the fact that they have cross-map plays, very macro-based. So if Kingdom Esports kind of want to go around with it, they would want to go for an EXP laner that is great at sieging or perhaps in split pushing. And speaking of Joy, it does seem like that really happened to be the case. Even though Lucas is currently still open, they have let that Lucas completely slip through. If they want though, Lucas in the EXP is still a very viable choice, provided that the mages have been picked out. So no more Valentina. We kind of take that Valentina out of the picture. No more CC. So as long as we see any one of these teams ban out the CC, that will highly suggest that they want to pick out a Lucas for the EXP lane.
Yeah, and also the glue is pretty much open here as well. Glue has been stepping up
Irithel
here.
back.
There you go. Okay,
we go.
Irithel has been taken out. When it comes to the damage, though, I think the side of AZ already has much here, and
Quite a bit,
this is a very scaling composition is what I'm looking here. But they still, for me, they still lack the lockdown. Yes, you do have the Zushin, but you need that punch, man. So I think Badang is pretty good here. Gatakacha is pretty much open here as well. Oh, there you go. Badang has been banned here.
Okay,
Unfortunately.
fair. So the next one is likely going to be a Gatakacha coming in from Coach DJ. So in terms of the priority, or in terms of kind of how it shifts, AZ will get first pick onto the second phase first. So if as much as possible, if AZ were to pick up their EXP role first, then Kingdom Esports very likely have the opportunity to pick up a Lucas completely uncontested. But if AZ have decided to pick up the Roamer first, then that's going to be slightly a problem. Roamer or a Flex Hero. That's a problem for Kingdom Esports to not pick up the Lucas. But there are still a lot of possibilities, But I would like to believe that the Gatakacha should be the next ban for Kingdom.
For me, there's no other choice with Gatakacha here. Going to be the party pick here for both teams. But I'm surprised. Actually, I thought it is going to be Absolute Zero is going to ban the Badang and Kingdom Esports is going to ban the Hylos here. But actually, because Hylos, it's one of the most picked by Rapidon on the side of Absolute Zero. And of course, I mentioned that Bear is very comfortable here for the Badang. But then again, no Gatakacha here at this moment in time. Probably the glue right now is hot pick. Be honest here.
Yeah, Glue could still be a pretty good pick.
But Hilda, okay.
Hilda, okay. So Hilda is relatively flexible, but we can still expect to see the Hilda going over to the EXP. Lucas is still a viable pick for Kingdom if they want to. Because of the cross-map plays that they have on their side, Lucas also have very good wave clear. That is one thing I would definitely want to see. They want burst too. So as much as possible, they want to burst. They want to play around the Tsunami Slam.
Correct.
Definitely when it comes down to Oki Shadow Kill, that's not quite enough. So they need a little bit more tankability, a little bit of that duel in the early stages of the fight.
Okay.
So they have decided to pick up a glue instead, together with a 1-1, despite the fact that AZ actually did not have anything that kind of stands tall at the front lines and slow moving. In fact, it is a Hilda. Not exactly a very big fan of the 1-1 pick, to be fairly honest, but it's still possible.
Yeah, so this is a Rome Hilda we are going to see, but could also be a Rome Khalid here.
Looking at the fact that Khalid is going to Vendetta, though, personally, I do prefer the Khalid Rome. And then the Hilda and the EXP. But generally speaking, both of them is rather interchangeable, just because of the fact that they have very similar lane priority. But the only good thing is that Khalid have got definitely a better wave clear. But in the meantime, Khalid also have got the crowd control that we are looking for. So level 4 first, get him to level 4, EXP lane. I think that's pretty okay.
And here we go, Abstract. This is now the start of our first game here between the side of Kingdom Esports and Absolute Zero here in the playoffs of MPL SG Season 9.
So right off the bat, we have, I think, so right off the bat, we are looking at both of the junglers just going to be starting out in the purple buff. Nothing too out of the ordinary per se, but both of the Romans, Rapidude is the Khalid. Okay, there we go. So it's kind of like, you win some, you lose some kind of situation. If Khalid goes over the EXP, you get level 4 earlier, you wave clear faster. But in the meantime, if you kind of put the Hilda in the EXP, you got way more roaming potential. You actually be able to help out in the middle lane so much more, and you apply so much pressure onto the EXP laner, which is the blue in this case.
When it comes to the matchup, though, if EXP Khalid, right, it's a great counter to a glue, to be honest, especially with his tornado slashes there because of the spread coming in from the blue. But anyway, I think we have mentioned, right, both this Hilda and the Khalid, but wait, hold up.
Oh, immediately with Rapidude being the first one to go straight down. In the meantime, Ian does no longer have got the Ogi Shadow kill, but still managed to pick up a second kill with a returning Shurikens. Bougie, unfortunately, have got no opportunity to come in and instigate more.
Wow, Ianzi is just introducing himself here in this game. But here in the mid lane,
Bougie doesn't seem like she has a lot of HP left to work with, as FMM puts himself right in the face of Bougie.
wow, Kingdom Esports 3 kills here in under 2 minutes. This is a great early game for the side of Kingdom Esports with those rotations coming in from the side of
Another one.
Oh, and another one. That's 4-0 Abstract. And this is big here for Kingdom Esports. They are actually controlling the game right now.
Yeah, I mean, for early stage, I definitely don't expect them being able to get 4 kills within 2 minutes. This is not something I expected. Hayabusa takes time before he is able to do anything very useful. The Ogi Shadow kill definitely would not be able to do much. So, unfortunately for Rapidude, I think that he's giving away too much of his positioning, especially being alone, which becomes a lone wolf prime for a target for the Hayabusa.
Oh, Salas under the chart here, but still managed to survive. But look at the rotations coming in from Rapidude.
Yep, immediately takes him down. Finally, taking 1 kill for the team.
Oh, this is what you want. Now, this is why you need Rapidot here to be actively roaming across the map here, but...
Oh, immediately with the Tsunami Slam plus the Yin and Yang. Immediately just popped Salas. So it's a pretty decent trade. In fact, they have lost... Yeah, both sides lost the marksman. So, trade.
Ooh, there you go.
It's not going to be the end at all, as we do have got the immediately Absolute Zero just rushing themselves right in the face of Kingdom Esports. But it's a 1-for-1 trade so far, but this might be going in the danger zone for Absolute Zero, as the amount of damage coming in from Ian is starting to really ramp up with the killing spree, keeps him in check for most of that team fight.
Well, don't get me wrong, that was a great pick-off coming in from the side of Absolute Zero, but then again, the positioning here was much in favor for the side of Kingdom Esports. They've been under the pincer attack there coming in from Kingdom Esports. That was great counter-attack indeed, and now Absolute Zero, despite they having counter-attacks here and there, Kingdom Esports still controlling the game here with heavy casualties on the side of Absolute Zero.
We're looking at about 2,000 gold lead in favor for Kingdom Esports. Gold lane is kind of out of the question and not to expect too much out of it. So majority of the time, we'll probably just look at fights coming in from the roaming trio. So taking jungle camps is generally going to be the main idea, and of course the objective, which is the turtle, which will be coming out in 10 seconds.
This is the team fight we're going to look out for, but again, out of position here, FMM.
I don't think FMM can get away from this. He did use the Tsunami Slam as a way to escape, but somehow turns the tide onto Rapidude. FMM, unfortunately, will still go down to the hands of Bougie, as Nan got himself right into the face of the electrifying beast, brought him down to an all-time low, and now Vendetta being the next one under the chopping block, while Bougie being the prime target coming in for the crossbow of Tang, allowing Bear to pick up the kill.
Wow, the sacrifice coming in from FMM, buying so much time there for Kingdom Esports to go for their counter of their own. Absolute Zero punished in that kind of skirmish play, and Absolute Zero here, they must be very wary of that kind of situation, because you don't want, again, your gold lane here and the rest of Kingdom Esports to be fastly going to scale here into this game.
So it does seem like Kingdom Esports have decided to reset the turtle and wait for a little while longer, especially to allow Ian to pick up the orange buff. That also additionally puts him at a level ahead of Nun. He's currently at level 9 now, and perhaps they are going to go for something a little bit cheeky onto Nun right over at the top lane. But a single dash is going to be more than enough for Nun, because he missed his dash. As such, he's going to be stuck and dead.
Wow, that's again, beautiful cross-map play coming in from Kingdom Esports. They know how to maintain their lead here, and Absolute Zero just being punished time and time again. Kingdom Esports is just everywhere here, Abstract, especially with the diversion plays coming in from Melon, and Melon's just popping up here in this situation as well. There you go, the concealed play.
And immediately I will see them Malatisi as well as Vendetta. Never mind. Immediately FMM with the Tsunami Slam pulls Rapidude right within the turret's range, but unfortunately not quite enough to bring him down.
We've seen Absolute Zero trying to go for the pickoff on their own, but they've been fended off there by Kingdom Esports. Now this is a great defense play for the Kingdom right now. They're trying to go for a diversion play once again, trying to cut off here. Rapidity needs to be very careful here in this bottom lane.
Yep, and here we go. Melon with a diversion into the brush in between of the proxy. But unfortunately, this is going to be a 3 versus 4. But Malik Tizi joins into the fray, so this is not something too bad for Kingdom Esports after all.
Wow, risky play, but still Melon has that flicker, still managed to go back away. But that was a great takeoff just in case.
Oh, the timing actually is pretty good considering the fact that the creep wave just moved forward. But the amount of damage is not quite enough to bring none down.
Yeah, not yet. But ENZ, we see how aggressive this player is, especially on that Hayabusa. Now Kingdom Esports slowly gaining control with a tar takedown here on the bot side as well. Absolute Zero, they are very strong here when it comes to the team fight because of the Raging Sandstorm, because of Bougies with a follow-up as well on that crowd control. However, damage is still missing. And we have mentioned, of course, the Granger can really turn the tide of the battle. They just need one team fight to go into their favor.
Oh, Vendetta flickers himself away after a small little poke onto Bear. And when I say small little poke, I mean a really small little poke. But a diversion all the way right in the face of Salas! Brings him down with a Tsunami Slam, allowing Kalia to pick up the kill. Next one up is going to be on the Bougie. Even when it comes down to Purify use, that's not going to do anything for him. That is a total of 4 men down during that initiation. And that is Kingdom Esports 14 kills.
OMG, Melon with an incredible map presence here. Same spot, same target, and this time around Salas falls down, and they are not stopping here, Abstract.
A massive trigger finger coming in from Malin, constantly putting them so much priority and so much pressure all across the map. It's only 8 minutes in. We're looking at all of the T1s down. Middle lane and bottom lane T2 down. This is an absolute chaos coming from AZ.
Chaos indeed for AZ, but dominance for Kingdom Esports. And speaking of dominance, not a single tart has been taken down here onto their side. Absolute Zero with so much pressure into their hands here. All lanes are pushing through, and Kingdom Esports are not stopping here at this moment.
This is unfortunate, right? Because AZ, they actually have got 0 answers for Kingdom Esports. They don't even have a lot of resources to actually deal with Bear. Just look at the amount of tankiness that this guy has. And he didn't even use any of his Slam to recover his HP throughout the entire ordeal. Well, in the meantime, Mandakisi also has a lot of damage. Ogi Shadaki also has a lot of damage. Just small little pokes all across the map from the side of Kingdom Esports. More than enough to send 2% back home. But Saras, he found a kill on the Ians. This might be a great start. But unfortunately, Vendetta doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. He goes back home. Unfortunately, they also did lose the T2 turret in the middle.
Yeah, they did lose here, but this is Absolute Zero. Greatest comeback so far right now with Rapidude here with the flicker of Rage's Sandstorm. It was Kingdom Esports caught off guard. Now Absolute Zero with a kill onto their side, they needed more. Or they need this kind of situation more into their side in order for them to scale back into this game. And look at this one, 2 Thunderbelts being secured here for the side of Absolute Zero. They are looking forward into the late stages of the game here. They want their heavy fighters to actually contribute much, not only on the crowd control, but also on the scaling part.
Now, if whether they can even made it over to the late game is the main question, because we are looking at about 12,000 gold lead. Absolute Zero, they have no damage.
No damage.
Nada.
Nada. But again, with that Rapidude Raging Sandstorm a while ago on that skirmish play, they need some miracle plays once again. They need those plays that can really go into their favor here. But this time around, Abstract, it's really difficult here, especially with the map right now we are seeing. It's all blue. Not a single turret yet been denied here against Kingdom.
This is tough, right? They're almost getting the bottom lane T1, but at this point in time, it doesn't really quite matter because they can't even get out of base. The whole defense is still standing up. Okay, never mind.
There you go.
Middle lane's whole defense is down. This is a perfect entryway for this upcoming Mega Creeps plus the Lord.
Lord,
This
yeah.
is the baby Lord though, so no charge whatsoever. If Absolute Zero kind of loses this base turret, oh wait, it does have a charge.
Does have a charge, and now it will now secure the inhibitor turret in the mid, which opens up a lot of space.
Immediately, Bucci doesn't have a lot of HP to work with, but still managed to get himself right out of the dodge. While the Tsunami Slam is just going to be cutting onto Vendetta and bring him down almost instantaneously. While we still have Malik Peasy still alive and dealing with a decent amount of damage, but fortunately this is going to be FMM flickers himself away, while Rapid Dude is just taking quite a bit of damage. But he's going to be fine. Kingdom Esports getting themselves the T3, more than enough, and they're pretty happy about it.
Oh, yeah, keep chasing here, but so far Yanzi pretty much overconfident in that situation. Has been taken out there, but still, Kingdom Esports mission accomplished in that siege right now with the map being opened here against Absolute Zero. It's really now very, very much into against their side here. But again, this lineup, the itemizations we have seen so far for the side of Absolute Zero, they are looking forward to just stretch this game. Take a moment or take a single team fight to do their favor and hoping to switch the tides this match against the side of Kingdom Esports.
So now, we're about 10 seconds in to 12 minutes, where all of the Holy Defense would then go down. The Lord is also coming in about 1 minute, but Absolute Zero's jungler is only at level 14.
Yeah.
Within this 1 minute, he gotta put himself up to level 15.
Yeah, they need to look at Absolute Zero here, waiting to go for the pickoff here. I think Ianzi right now, we have been talking about him, his gameplay, and now we have seen so far how aggressive he is. We have seen how he loves to dive, even though under the turret in that situation, which, to be an assassin player, you need this kind of aggressiveness. So Kingdom Esports, I do love how ENZ charging this team right now into heavy aggression, controlling the early stage of the game, now controlling the map itself. And now the first start has been taken down here at the bottom side. Absolute Zero slowly but surely trying to gain ground here against Kingdom Esports.
They even have the priority in taking back the jungle. At least Kingdom Esports, they did give the they did give the orange buff away to Salas, so that is a small little win for the side of the Absolute Zero. But aside from that, small little changes around the map, such as the bottom lane being completely pushed up, forcing 1% to go back down to the bottom to use that lane. While the rest of Kingdom Esports uses the Lord, but that is the Tsunami Slam just going to be connecting down on the Nan a little bit too early, as such he does not have any CC immunity. Salas immediately popped up when it comes down to the physical immunity, and Malik Teasy went up to the air, did whatever that he could onto Rapid Dude, and even when it comes down to Diversion, brings down Salas, 5 men out. Kingdom Esports takes this 5-man team wipe like it's completely nothing.
Oh man, that was a disaster indeed. Absolute Zero caught off guard trying to contest the Lord, but then again, here we go. It is going to be Kingdom Esports securing this first game, Abstract, with absolutely dominance here.
Right from the start of the game, we're seeing that kind of dominance, and it moved according to their tempo, and there is no change in the way that they play from the start to the end. They made full use of every single opportunity that they got. Melon with great diversion plays to really pick off Salas and keeps him constantly in check. So nothing too surprising throughout the game. No turnaround, no comebacks whatsoever. It's a pretty straightforward game for Kingdom Esports, as they know right from the start, if we keep this on, we win.
Oh, speaking of how aggressive they have become, Kingdom Esports, I think Ianzi is a pretty good assassin player that we have just witnessed here on that Hayabusa. And now, with the best of 3 series, Absolute Zero, first time going to experience this kind of match here. Now they have a chance to actually regain control once again, or to go for a reset. But however, again, we've mentioned a while ago, Absolute Zero, it's all best of 1s on the regular season. But here in the playoffs is a best of 3. Will they be having this capacity to just reset once again? Let's see.
That's the question, right? That's the biggest question. Now, when it comes down to this draft coming in from Absolute Zero, we do not manage to see that kind of combo that we were searching for. in the end, they didn't go for that. They went for very standard meta picks that looks good on paper, but not necessarily something that works together very well. As I mentioned before, they don't have someone that is that really initiates all that well, aside from the Khalid. So that's possibly the only one thing that they can work with. But unfortunately, just a single crowd control like that from Khalid is not quite enough to stop the rampage coming in from Kingdom Esports.
And speaking of Rampage here, look at the itemizations that we've seen so far. Yanzi all damaged all day long here. His rotations, his pick-off plays is just incredible. They cannot stop this guy here, especially with the side of AZ. As you have mentioned, right, they do have the crowd controls needed, but they don't have the punch yet, especially during the early stages of game. They're looking forward for the late stage where the Thunderbelt being secured, and also the Sky Piercer is not really a good investment here for the side of Salas.
Yep. In fact, that was, if I'm not wrong, the very first item coming from Salas. So even though he was kind of losing the lane, his team is losing, but he still went for the Sky Piercer. So it didn't give any returns. In fact, this is diminishing returns from the side of Salas. So not exactly a very great start for them, especially since we're looking at number 1, Joy. Number 2, Khalid. Number 3, Hilda. They are supposed to be a very dominant team in the early stages, falls off in the mid stages, and then becomes a little bit more annoying into the later stage because of the prominence, or rather the presence of Thunderbelt. Both the Khalid and the Hilda are prime users of the Thunderbelt, and that allows them to skill over the late stages with more of these tanky possibilities.
And speaking of this composition coming in from AZ as well, that this composition is more of the DPS. They don't have really that much of a burst here. I love the itemizations a while ago that I've seen coming in from FMM and Bear with a single, with a pickup of that Radiant Armor and Anti-Harass. It really just fended off those DPS damage. And look at the damage taken from both FMM and Bear here. They share the same percentage here, and this damage has been really much of a great advantage coming in from Kingdom Esports, just to not finish him off. No damage or no kills whatsoever. 6 kills only here for the side of AZ because of the tankiness we have from Kingdom Esports.
Yep, you can see, right? Bear constantly just stuck himself right in the face of AZ and just be like, you know what? Touch me. Touch me. Hit me. Baby, one more time.
Yeah, baby. Baby, one more time. Oh man, Absolute Zero actually abstract here. I think this composition is pretty okay for Salas. Salas is pretty good as well. I mean, on the gold lane. Unfortunately, they cannot just finish the pick-off play, especially during the later stages there, wherein the map has been totally been in control here with the side of Kingdom Esports. Now I'm looking forward for this MVP later on the side of Kingdom Esports. I think the one stepping up, I gotta give it to ENZ just because he really is in charge on how aggressive Kingdom Esports being in the early stages and just snowballed from there.
In the meantime,
Melon as well.
Yeah, in the meantime, I think the Melon has been largely participating in all of these team fights. Because
Melon,
it's all these cross map plays. Preferably, only Melon can kind of touch everyone and get himself all these assists, right? So technically, MVP might reasonably go over to Melon, but in the meantime, we're talking about an assassin, Hayabusa,
correct,
Lone Ranger, does things alone, can get solo kills very well as well. So that could be the possibility too.
Yeah, so I love how the adaptability coming in from Kingdom Esports with just a single change of a roster, a single player change in the roster here can really totally change the game for the side of Kingdom Esports. Now, on the side of Absolute Zero here, they must think on how they balance well on how they go for the pickoff. I think the burst damage is really lacking there for the side of Absolute Zero, but don't get me wrong, when the late game the game stretch into the late game, they have the possibility to actually just go for the comeback. Unfortunately, you mentioned, right, they can rely only for that rapid raging sandstorm, nothing else.
Yeah, so I think that this is a kind of a GG go next kind of situation for AZ. I think it all started from the drafting stage. I think that there were a lot of great heroes that they can play around with and pivot into the moment that they pick it up in the first phase. And I think that the heroes that they have picked doesn't necessarily allow them to play according to a very specific game plan. I think that Granger is a very important hero, yes,
Yep.
but given the amount of available heroes out there, being the Lucas, Gatukacha, as well as Badang, all these three heroes are more should be more prioritized more in
Yep.
the first phase, which would definitely explain why the Badang as well as Gatukacha was immediately banned out from Kingdom Esports the moment he hits the second phase.
Yeah, you cannot really rely on that single Raging Sandstorm, right? You mentioned, of course, Badang can provide the secondary utility there when it comes to a team fight lockdown. But of course, we have mentioned, of course, on that game that we have 4 kills under 2-minute mark, plus the turtle here gave an advantage or the kick for the side of Kingdom Esports to actually gain control. And by the side of the 8-minute mark, they totally had the map control.
So definitely a tough game, but it's okay. GG Go next. Think about something a little bit more within the lane. In the very first week of
Lodi!
finger guns.
Lodi! Speaking of finger guns, man, Malefic Gun has been really one of the the gold laner grail item.
Holy Grail.
Holy grail, the
Yeah.
Malefic Gun. It's really OP. I think Jay's highlighted this one on our previous games there. It is totally a game changer right now. With the damage it could give, plus the range, additional
I think
range there.
yeah, the range is the
poke.
crazy part, right?
Yep.
Do you remember when Malefic Gun just came out? And then they decided to be like, you know what? Let's
Experiment
make this
station.
an active skill. And we're just like, "S- that doesn't
Yeah.
help anything.
Now
It's passive now.
it's passive.
Ah,
Yeah, it's a different thing. Yeah, it's a different thing. Really.
changes so much. It makes
Mm.
carry a lot more, a lot harder to hit in some sense.
Yep.
A lot easier to engage, a lot easier to kind of dish out damages.
There you go. Okay.
But in the meantime, Ian's 8
Mm.
is to 2 is to 7 total KDA.
A great way, opening game for Ian's, right? I mean, he introduced himself already here. He's the MVP on the game 1. Ian's right now on that Hayabusa, which now gives Absolute Zero a little bit of information here for the side of Kingdom Esports. The new jungler here for the side of Kingdom Esports wants to play an assassin, but this is just the game 1. We still have so many things to look out for this player here. But of course, speaking of MVP, I agree with you also, Abstract, that Melon really did contribute so much when it comes to map control and harassing Salas on that gold lane.
Now, I do need to, quickly mention to everyone once again, we are in the playoffs. However, even though playoffs is in double elimination, the very first brackets of the
Yeah.
playoff stage are all best of 3, but single elimination.
Yep.
So the moment that you lose, you are out of the competition and you will not move on to that double elimination bracket of the playoffs. So there's one life only. Absolute Zero gotta have to make this work right here, right now. They're gonna have to
Agreed.
throw every single one of their aces within of their sleeves just so that they can keep their lifeline in the competition.
I think challenger teams like Absolute Zero here get used to this kind of situation, right? You go big or go back home,
Yeah.
for this one situation. But again, a best of 3 series, they have a chance to go for a change of plans here, or actually go all in from this point on, because you have no choice but actually to win 2 games straight here against the side of Kingdom Esports.
Honestly, I think that they're gonna cheese it up.
Really?
I have a feeling they're gonna cheese it up. You know,
Yeah.
definitely they will throw a little bit of a little bit of diversion
Obey
here.
again?
There could be a possibility.
Uh-huh.
It really depends on how the opponents have drafted for themselves.
True.
If it doesn't seem like there is any certain direction of going to be able to deal with Ube, then the better it is.
Yeah.
Now, these true damage is what's gonna be the bane of Ube. Split pushes is gonna be the bane of Ube as well.
Correct.
If we're
They call it the counter of Ube is banana split. Yeah. Banana split.
technically in the previous game, that's the banana split. That's
yep.
a banana
Crossplay.
split coming from
Yeah,
Kingdom, right?
correct.
They got a diversion, they got a Hayabusa.
Yes.
So based on this current direction, if Kingdom Esports were to draft a very similar composition, the Ube very likely is not gonna work out, right? And let's not even forget about the fact that the Baxia has even been banned by Kingdom Esports
Yes,
themselves.
that's true.
So technically, there is a good and a bad, right? If you want to pick a Baxia for yourself, you can play into Ube. But if the opponent bans the Baxia themselves, then one of the answers to the Ube is gone.
Yeah, correct. And also take note also the Matilda utility heroes here for Rapidot so far. And Matilda has really been, especially in the hands of Rapidot, pretty good. They can go for a fighter jungler here. We've seen the combo of Matilda Alpha before coming in from the side of Absolute Zero. And they totally, absolutely dominated that game. That was, we were caught up by surprise as well on that game as well, and how they finished the game so cleanly. And gotta expect, of course, Kingdom Esports into this situation. We have seen on that game 1, right? They prioritized the Matilda ban, they prioritized the Baxia ban, because they know to the hands of Absolute Zero, they can be a menace.
We want combos. Absolute Zero plays into combos. So when it comes down to the roaming trio, hopefully they will be able to see that kind of combo going on. Or if you want, just go for Ube. Or
yeah, let's see
play for something. You know?
If we can see that one. And of course the Lucas, right? Lucas was not banned. It was
Not a
open,
pick,
but not picked.
but
Also
they
very,
prioritize the joy.
yes.
Yeah, that's one thing that really kind of pisses me off a little bit. You know,
Right?
Joy is great. Joy is great.
But
great on
Lucas
paper as
is-
well. But I think that in that game, if they had the Lucas, they actually have got quite a bit of an answer to deal with the 1-1, for example. Great burst damage. You don't have to be stuck and locked behind 4 dashes just to go for the electrifying beats.
Yeah, if they wanted the joy in that game, right, to have that mobility, but they cannot catch still because there's so many. The Hayabusa as well as Melon's diversion, they cannot catch even though they had a joy.
Yep, mobility is a problem. But for now, we're gonna go for a short little break and hope that AZ managed to come up with a game plan in mind. So don't go anywhere too far. We'll be right back with you.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours, so dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to MPL SG season 9. My name's Abstract. With me here is Deadeye, or Alive Eye, or what's the opposite of eye?
I don't know.
Dead me. I don't know. But welcome
Lodi.
to the Short King pod. Wait.
Oh, Short Kings. This is not a Short Kings podcast.
Hold on. Are you 170? Are you 170?
No.
Below 170?
Yes.
Perfect. Welcome to the Short Kings podcast.
Am I short?
Yeah. Anyone below
technically.
170 is
Okay,
short.
okay.
So you're part of the Short Kings podcast now.
Okay. Is 5'7" under?
What is
Once-
I have no idea what
I'm
5'7"
not
is
familiar with
supposed to
the CM calculation.
Are
But
you serious?
anyway, yeah. But anyway,
be. No.
you need to know
What
my.
is 5'7" in cm? You are 170 on the dot. You're not part of
Okay.
the club.
There you go. It's 170. Sorry. There you go.
You suck.
What?
Anyways, welcome back to MPL SG Season 9. We've got game number 1 that is done and dusted, and of course going over to Kingdom Esports
Yep.
with a very dominant victory, actually.
And speaking of dominance here, I think they want to continue the kind of route here for the side of Kingdom Esports with Absolute Zero. Again, this is a do or die situation here for them. And as you mentioned a while ago, right, this is the first day and the matches will be a single elimination. So whoever teams loses this series will be totally eliminated here, kind of proceed into the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely would hurt a lot, but hey, it is what it is. That's just the nature of the competition. Absolute Zero now have only one try into this competition if they want to keep themselves afloat and keep themselves breathing above the suffocating waters.
Ooh, that's so deep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so deep indeed. And speaking of which, I think this is the time where Absolute Zero must stick into their guns. And remember, Rapidut is comfortable on the utility heroes here. We've seen so far, first time I've seen him on the Khalid, which really sets the play. Usually, he's the one who extends the team fight. It was Vendetta who's setting the play. So this is a different take we've seen so far in the match 1, which they can now go into their comfort composition here in the game 2 and hopefully bounce back.
Yep, so I would like to believe that AZ now has first pick, first ban.
Yep.
So they will have quite a bit of priority onto the first hero that they want to pick out. Surprisingly, Kimi completely slipped through the gaps with the Juicin as well as the Loi being picked up. That is not part of what we expected. Although I gotta have to say, Juicin and Loi both are great heroes to play around with. But I would still say that picking these heroes eventually just kind of locks you into a certain composition instead of looking at what's available, look at your current lineup and like, okay, this mage is good for me, this mage is good for me. Especially for Kingdom Esports, I think that they need to open up their mage role a little bit more. Because even though, okay, I think that this is an unpopular opinion. In the very event that AZ were to go for Ube, there is of course one mage hero that will be able to do very well against this, and that is none other than Gord.
Oh,
we haven't seen a Gord in a very, very long time. At one point in time, he was meta just because of his Mystic Gush that deals true damage. And that true damage is also scales off of the opponent's max HP. So that is something that we can expect to see if people remember that, okay, God is good for this, God is good for that, and in terms of Ube, that is something that we can consider as well. Especially when EXP laners now are also initiators, setups. We'll see Badang with that Thunder Belt, super tanky, Gatokacha, super tanky as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we were to see God being picked up in some other regions, and then eventually we pick it up again.
Yeah, speaking of the God you have mentioned, right? As far as I know, especially in the MPL SG meta, there's usually a composition where it's easy for the teams to execute here.
Yes.
God, however, needs a skill ability to hit those crowd controls and push that combos as well. So it could be tricky, same as Selena as well. So we have seen few Selena players here so far. I've seen Team Flash doing this one. So for the side of Absolute Zero, so especially on the side of Bougie here, so I'm not sure he is really a Gord here, but you have made a great point there because tankiness is kind of rising into the composition, rising into the meta here, and Gord could be possibly one of the best picks here to counter such composition, but it takes a lot of skill.
It takes a lot. I would say that at least in terms of mages, Gord is one of the difficult one to play because you gotta have to land your stun. Your stun is a skill shot as well, but at least it's not as bad as Selena's Abyssal Arrow. So, you know, if we were to look at comparisons, I would say that God is slightly on the easier side as compared to Selena, and with the given the amount of Selena players that we have seen before, I think that God should be an okay thing. And even if he misses it, at least you do have a team to kind of back you up, keep people within of the Mystic Gush.
Now we're talking about the mid lane here, Abstract. I'm looking forward as well for the Farsa here to be picked. Actually in the game 1, it was the burst damage was really lacking on the composition of Absolute Zero. They can also pick with the Farsa. Farsa has been pretty good. Now I remember Team Flash. Actually, Kurtizi has been spamming a Farsa time and time again because of how he dominated the mid lane as well. So speaking of domination, could Buji going into this highly aggressive mage heroes as well? Gord is an aggressive hero, to be honest. His range is there. His DPS damage is there. Unfortunately, of course, the Gord is susceptible to pick off. He doesn't have that mobility compared to other mages.
Nothing at all. He relies so much onto Flicker that it becomes a very tricky spot for some of these mages. And this is why heroes such as Kimi as well as Jusin, there's so much priority around it. And the only reason why Loi, despite the fact that she doesn't have any mobility skill for herself, at least the diversion does help the team out in a grander scale of things.
Louis Melon has been stepping up. This mid player as well. Usually we've seen him on the Vixana, on the follow-up mages here, but actually in game one he's stepping up. He's actually taking charge right now, and he impacts so well on that map control. So looking forward as well for this matchup between Buji and Melon. So we're going to highlight as well Ianzi, right? Is the new character joining him to the roster coming in from Kingdom Esports. Did very well. It's also one of the considerations here for Absolute Zero to look onto this guy as well and how to shut him down.
So if we're thinking about kind of neck-to-neck situations between the junglers is ENZ as well as Nun. I think that at least for Absolute Zero, we don't really see too much of, I would say, flash of brilliances coming from Nun.
To be honest, yeah.
Yeah, so
I agree.
It's mostly on Vendetta, actually. So as much as possible, I think that there should be a certain priority given over to Vendetta because he's just very good with his Kalia. His timing are great as well. I think that his hero priority is actually going to be super important to how they draft their own composition.
Yeah. This is the time where Vendetta are really stepping up. On that Hilda pick, so far we have not seen that much of an impact, right? But Vendetta it really shines of those hero can set up play. So he's really good on should be on the Clea you mentioned, right? So they can prioritize the Badang here.
Badang as well.
Even Garukacha here. It was unfortunately being banned on the second phase. It was open though for them to take, but they did not prioritize that one. So Vendetta is going to be the player to be highlighted here, and I'm expecting him to be on that role to setting up the plays for Absolute Zero.
So perhaps not leave Vendetta's pick to the second phase. I feel there is a decent amount of respect bank going over to Vendetta in the later stages. So perhaps get that out of the park, give Vendetta what he wants, and then play around it. If they have the Kalia, they pretty much have got a pretty good pick-off. So if you want to play off of a pick-off composition, there are a bunch of heroes that will be able to play and combo into the Kalia in this case.
Oh, these two teams, again, Kingdom Esports and Absolute Zero, they love to have fighter junglers until ENZ's showmanship there in the game one. So it changes everything here. If they're going to stick on the guns, I mean, for Absolute Zero, it should be Nan on that fighter jungler. Lucas, you have mentioned, could be possibly in the alpha here. And then let's say the Rapidot on that utility hero as well. So if they go into these comfort picks, they can actually absolutely gain control here against Kingdom Esports. Just be comfortable on that composition.
Now, without further ado, we do have the drafting stage available for us right here. Once again, AZ with no coach whatsoever, while we do have DJ as the coach of Kingdom Esports, with the Fanny being the very first phase, or rather the very first ban coming in from AZ.
Assassins.
Yes, so get those assassins out of the play. I do like the Kalia ban coming from the side of DJ though, understanding that, okay, we need to respect Vendetta. We need to make sure that the first pick material for Vendetta is out. I don't think that they're going to go for the Badang ban though. Just getting the Kalia out should be more than enough. Chip is going to be thrown into the pool too.
Yeah. Remember, Baksha is pretty much open here. It was party banned here on the first phase on the previous match. If it's open, could actually Absolute Zero could get this one. And I mentioned a while ago, if Baksha jungler is also possible for Nan here. It's a fighter jungler, which could be very good into their playstyle here for Absolute Zero.
No, Lucas and Kimi. are currently
Matilda.
still available to be
Okay,
picked. So
there
we
you go.
do have Matilda as well as Joy being thrown into the batting pool. Easy, they have the priority to pick either one of these two.
There you go.
Baxia,
Mhm.
okay, so they have decided to pick out a Baxia. So Lucas as well as Kimi is currently available for Kingdom.
True.
But a big part of me believes that they're probably not going to go for that again. They seem pretty comfortable with Loi. Perhaps they can
Yeah.
still keep to the Loi. I
Yep.
think that's fine. But perhaps look for if they're gonna go for lawyer, I think that they need to keep things relatively open, such as a Gatokacha. So
Mhm.
Gatokacha can still go to EXP, still go to the room, whichever that they want, so that they still have they just don't lock into the EXP that early.
Yeah, they have because if they're going to pick a Kimi here, remember the Baksha is also a great hero to go into the back lines and to punish those range heroes. And there you go. It is time for them. FMM comfort pick. Garikacha is pretty good on this one. I love this pick here. Now they do have the crowd control needed here for the side of Kingdom Esports. And this time around, the Granger for Malektizi. Remember, one of the best heroes I've seen for Malektizi, it was the Moskov and the Granger. Now going to lock this one in here for the side of Kingdom Esports. On the other side, wow, 3 high tier heroes in the current meta here. Kimi, Baksha, and Phobius.
Okay, this is tough now. There is a possibility for the Boxer to go to the jungle because
Yep.
Phobius now fills in for the EXP
EXP.
lane.
True.
So we'll see how DJ is going to respond to that. At least they have the Gatakacha, they can play for the AoE. They also do have pretty good pick of, they also got pretty good single target coming from the Granger. Right now they are missing out on the mage, the jungler, as well as, okay. So a little bit too early for the EXP. Not a big fan because Gatakacha is pretty flexible there. They can still keep AZ kind of thinking. But at least the good thing is they know that Phobius is definitely going to EXP.
Yep.
So we pick our EXP so that we can counter against the Phobius.
Yeah, correct. They take advantage of this situation here. They want to control the EXP. Bear has been phenomenal already on his role as an EXP player for the side of Kingdom Esports, especially into the Badang hero. But this time around, it is going to be the glue, which is pretty much open right now and taken here for the side of Kingdom Esports. Now, remember, you mentioned a while ago that Baksha could possibly in the jungle, which I totally agree. Estes also is pretty much open.
Yep.
So Estes Baksha once again. Let's see if it is going to be an Ubi strat we're going to expect here.
We shall see.
But the Angela now is even taken out, so they are going to take away that utility heroes, which Rapidot is fairly pretty good to use.
So, okay, with the fact that DJ banned the Angela, I think that he should ban the Estes next. But, however, we also need to identify the next thing, right?
Yep.
If the Ube is going to happen onto the side of AZ, they are lacking in quite a lot of damage. Because of the fact that Kimi is technically more on the utility side, you might not be able to play very well into the traction pulse, even if it lands. They don't have someone that really perfectly plays very well into these AoE scenarios, unless they happen to pick up the Beatrix and play around the Beatrix like crazy.
True. Speaking of which, where are the Hariths right now? I haven't
Oh,
seen any
yeah.
Hariths here in the series abstract, but it could be a possible pick here if you want the damage here in the situation. But Florin instead has been taken out, so they don't they don't want this one. The heavy utility, as you mentioned here for Rapidot here, this is gonna be the priority here for the side of Kingdom Esports. Now, no Ling. Remember, assassins here. Fanny, Ayusa, Ling. So Ianzi, they're looking out for this guy here. So you're an assassin player here. Better much ban all these assassins right now.
Okay, so no Hayabusa and no Ling. But there's still a Hanzo, okay?
Okay.
So that could be a possible last pick, but we pick up a Farsa. So a lot of area denial, a lot of zone denial, AoE in this context, but... Okay, at least a combo is something that we see here. We know that for sure it is a 1-1 Franco combo that they are looking out for. But now the question begs, what's that Kimi for? You don't have a lot of strong AoE. Even if you do land the traction pulse, there's not much that you can play around with. You're kind of forced up that Baxia into the jungle. I actually don't really like AZ's lineup here.
Yeah, but this Franco pick, I think they are prioritizing to shut down Ianzi. So Franco has one of the longest crowd control single target skill in this game, and now because I mentioned a while ago in the game one, we've seen that one. Ianzi is taking control really on that heavy aggression. But with this, Franco right now is mine. I think Kingdom Esports should really think and pick their own battles here in this execution against AZ.
Would that be enough?
That's
though,
the question.
With a landslide that just zips up, zooms all across the map, all around the battlefield, will the Franco even be able to walk right into the landslide and just bloody hunt him? That's my question. In theory, you will want to hook someone, bloody hunt them, and then give free 3 weakness points broken for the 1-1, and that will proceed into some craziness in the late stages. But early game is my problem. How exactly are they supposed to stop the kind of damage potential coming in from both the Lancelot and the Plaza?
Yeah, true. I think Kingdom Esports, when it comes to damage department here, they do have the advantage. Even here, Bear, against the side here of the Phobius, can really shines here on this situation. But so far, if you ask me, damage, can they be mitigated with this lineup? Heavy tanky lineup though for the side of Absolute Zero, especially Non here on the jungle. Baksha can take a lot of damage himself, but this Rapidot on Franco, his heal shots should be 100% be there in order for them to go for the pickoff.
So right off the bat, we do have got a small little invasions coming in from both of the junglers, but that is going to be very small. It's not going to do anything. But ENZ is already at level 4. Nan is also at level 4, but we do have to realize that Absolute Zero, they don't have got any way to really deal a lot of damage. Nan immediately just put himself the shield unity on the FMM. Not quite enough of damage, but as you can see, the Phantom Execution dealt a decent amount over to Nan. They're both still alive. FMM even picked up and of course used the Revitalize to keep him alive.
There you go. I think this is what we had mentioned, right? Nan on the jungler Baksha. He can take a lot of damage, so ENZ needs a lot of optimizations in order for him to go for the pick-off play that Kingdom Esports want to. But time and time again, Absolute Zero, they have the skills to do this every time. Their cooldowns is not that much of a concern there for the side of Absolute Zero. Now they are going to take this turtle this time around.
Okay, so how's that gonna look like? We do have Melon as well as Barrett already at level 4. Vendetta and Bougie. Okay, we need Bougie to get his traction pulse, and only until then we will have a very good idea how a team fight is gonna look like. Now, level 5 onto the Lancelot, as now we do have got one person is just going to be locked right down. Melon being the one taken down. But in the meantime, Blitz is also going to be possessing onto a single person. But Vendetta somehow managed to follow through when it comes down to Infernal Pursuit. Brings down the Lancelot. And now we've got Absolute Zero that is in a very good spot. Somehow getting 2 kills. So they do have the damage after all.
Yeah, and on the side of Absolute Zero, not only the damage mitigation as well. No casualties here for the side of Absolute Zero. And Kingdom Esports now feeling the heat here in the early stage of the game. We mentioned, right, Abstract, that the damage here is really indeed on the side of Kingdom Esports, but the defense for Absolute Zero is there as well. So basically, best defense is your best offense here.
Yeah, so it's kind of similar as though Absolute Zero, they have got the survivability to outlast the damage from Kingdom Esports themselves to make them not too afraid. So the longer that they drag onto a fight, the better it will be for Salas and technically for Vendetta too.
You do it?
What's that noise sound, man?
I think it's emote or something.
I don't see the emote. That's the problem. Stop it!
Here on the bot side though, I think we've seen that Absolute Zero relies on Rapidot's Flicker and Bloody Hunt here. And then they go for a 4v5 situation once the pickoff is successful. But Yanzi,
small little invasion, takes the purple buff for himself. Fuji lands the traction pulse, but luckily we have Ians that managed to dash himself away from all of that danger. But Nan is coming in with the shield unity. I don't think they can catch up in time. Oh, good iframe. But now Ian slowly walks himself away and he's gonna be A-OK. Nan being caught in the midst of all of that while Vendetta going in for the Infernal Pursuit, trying to slam as much damage as possible. Nan being the one that will go down throughout this entire battle, and they're trying to scrape for a little bit more losses to the side of Kingdom Esports, allowing them to get a 1-for-1 trade between the jungler and the EXP lane. Sorry, the roamer.
Yeah, that was a forced chase there for the side of Absolute Zero, and fortunately for them, they could just take out Maltese.
And now 1-for-1 trade between the jungler, between the gold laner and the roamer. This is a very good trade.
Yeah, indeed. This is bad for Kingdom Esports on the other hand, with the two players down already. It is going to be an open turtle here for Absolute Zero to take. And look at how Absolute Zero controlling this area right now. Vendetta alone has the vision, has the zone, and none of the Kingdom Esports will go in through.
Looks like I failed to realize the amount of damage that Absolute Zero can very potentially pick up onto the side of Kingdom Esports, but mid stages of the game. That's where FMM and Bear would definitely get their tanky items, and Absolute Zero would find it a little bit tougher to work with. But fortunately, both FMM and Bear also thrives onto healing factors, as well as healing factors from the split, as well as revitalize. So at least having the Tortoise's Persons coming from none, that is going to be a very good answer to all of those.
And plus the chase as well. We've seen so far that Shield Unity has the capability to have that chasing factor against Kingdom Esports. So far right now, Absolute Zero here, compared to the game 1, they have now being the aggressors here against Kingdom Esports. They're everywhere. Rapidot doesn't have yet the flicker, but will they able go for the pickup here?
This Shield Unity gonna land right on top of the Lancelot, the Distraction Pulse as well. But the execution himself right out of there, leaving Bear all alone against 4 members. This is technically, in some sense, an way because they are constantly just together, always playing as 4-man, 5-man, whatever it is, because, well, Ube literally means ultimate bonding experience. Playing as 5, that's exactly what Absolute Zero is doing, even though they do not have an Estes or any form of support or heal.
Well, ENC having a hard time here, but they're trying to defend!
What was that?
I didn't expect him to actually force his Garakacha to go for the defense.
Right?
Then again, Nan is here.
Distraction Pulse lands. But otherwise, it is also going to be the Feathered Aspect that's going to be popped, only for Vendetta to come in to immediately pop him out of the Feathered Aspect.
And now I have doubted FMM on the situation. Nan did the same thing as well. Sacrifice his life. I don't know if it's worth it here for Absolute Zero, but then again, they have secured the top tart here on the top side. And now Kingdom Esports still feeling the heat against Absolute Zero.
So slowly but surely, Absolute Zero is taking all of these turrets.
Oh,
and
there you go.
Oh man, just casually just walks in onto Ian's as he's locked in the animation when it comes down to the Thorn Rose. Oh man.
There you go. Absolute Zero composition really shuts down Yanzi. Yanzi here on how he dominates the game 1 is now falling off here in this game 2. So many counters here with the composition coming in from Absolute Zero. No breathing space for that Lancelot. Now, at Kingdom Esports got really no damage whatsoever because Yanzi having a difficult time to scale his Lancelot here. Look at the animations we have seen so far. War Axe still being secured on the other hand here for the Baksha. Now has the Radiant Arbor secured just in case. Melon here going for the Feather Airstrike.
Oh, it's rough for the Lancelot. 0-3-1. I guess the Lancelot is not exactly that great of a pick coming in here because there's just so much tanky units from the side of Absolute Zero where he can't deal and he can't get any kills at all. So we're starting to see the weakness of the lineup, especially since one of the win condition in the early stages is to play around the Lancelot.
Yeah, and now there's been shut down here. Track Absolute Zero right now. Salas is at this moment giving free farm while the rest of Absolute Zero just roaming across the map here, not giving any inch ground here for the side of Kingdom Esports. Now going to go for a push here on the bot side. Remember on that game 1, under 8 minutes, no turret takedowns here against Absolute Zero. But this time around, it's a switcheroo we're seeing here.
As Nan is looking for an opportunity onto Kingdom Esports, but this is just what Baksha normally does, right? Just Shield Unity, crash onto one person. If it is not going to go well, just casually walk out. Kingdom Esports doesn't have too much lockdowns as well, as they play around FMM as well as Bear for most of these lockdown instances.
This is where Absolute Zero really shines here. Team fight heavy plus cutting off this cross-map placed for the side of Kingdom Esports. And Kingdom Esports trying to defend here.
Immediately, Bear is just going to be flickering right in. He does have the split, just going to be working onto Bougie as he brings him down immediately. Bear, however, is just going to be right in the eyes of Salas, and now he's going to go down. It is a 2-for-1 trade thus far. Kingdom Esports have got the better part of that trade.
That's the best you can take here if you're in the side of Kingdom Esports, but so many resources has been taken there for the side of Kingdom Esports. We're in Absolute Zero, even though they have the number, they don't have the numbers advantage going for the Lord this time around. Look at this one. Bear initiating the team fight here with a spread and grab. And Melon, despite having the free, of course, feathered airstrike on the box lines, it's just not easy for them to pick off Nan. With that first item of that Radiant Armor, is just enough for him to negate that magic damage.
Okay, that's just even more annoying. That's even more annoying. All these emotes, man. But regardless, Absolute Zero now just going to be putting himself right in the face of Kingdom Esports. Unfortunately, defensive execution did not land on anything, but it's just going to be clearing out the waste. For the meantime, FMN just going to be caught by when it comes down to the Eye and the Hook, as well as the Bloody Hunt. He pops out to the Revitalize, hoping that he'll be able to stay alive a little while longer, but unfortunately, that's going to be a crossbow attack coming from Salas, pushes the rest of Kingdom Esports away.
Wow, incredible damage right there, dishing out, coming in from the side of Salas, and they're not stopping here with the Lord pushing through on the top side. Siege continues here.
With the charge going in, but in the meantime, it's going to be a quick little push coming in from Vendetta. He may have went down, but they managed to survive, or rather, they managed to extend the health of the Lord for as long as possible, putting down the turret to lower than 50% HP, and everywhere else have also lost their holy defense. Salas surviving throughout the entire onslaught even.
Wow, I was concerned for him there, but he still managed to dance his way out there, Salas. And with the pressure going on here against the side of Kingdom Esports, they still managed to defend though. But no Holy Shields right now, pretty much available here for the side of Kingdom. This is now the advantage for Absolute Zero to actually control the game here, to continue this aggression against Kingdom Esports.
So moving on forward, Kingdom Esports wants to reclaim their lands. The good thing is they haven't lost a single one of their inhibitor turrets. So keep it as it is. Quick little stun onto Bear. Melon even popped off with the feathered airstrike, but ended it prematurely as he believed that Absolute Zero is going to run right into his face.
Yeah, 66 seconds until the Lord will spawn here in the game. Meanwhile, Absolute Zero will still continue to control and prove their dominance here in the Land of Dawn. Kingdom Esports, see itemizations here for the Lancelot. He has the Hunter Strike and War Axe. Wherein, hold it up.
Oh, the Bloody Hunt on the FMM brings it down immediately. Vendetta with the Infinite Pursuit, almost bringing Bear down, but never mind, he did go down in the end of the day. While for now, Jens with the Thorn Rose, iframe to get himself well enough, but Melon with, of course, Wings by Wings, allowing him to get away too. Malik TZ down to a sliver. He survives, but at what cost? As they have lost the middle and the bottom lane inhibitor turrets.
Two inhibitor turrets gone here, Kingdom Esports. Right now, still trying themselves to survive in that heavy siege. 15 seconds until the next Lord. The Rapidot will respawn in time as well. So this Lord right now is very important here for Absolute Zero to seal the deal and actually go for the push. But then again, here in this 30-minute mark, Kingdom Esports, if they are going to win one big team fight here, they have a chance to go for the comeback at this situation. But the question is, will they go for this contest in the Blitz though? This is very risky, but I guess they are going to give it away.
They have to, right? Ian's is only at level 14, and that will be too big of a risk to dive in and steal the Lord away from Absolute Zero. Especially since Ian's is probably having the lowest amount of morale because of the fact that he's currently 0-3. So he's got no kills. He's got no way of playing this game at all. He can, of course, puncture in, and that's pretty much the end of his day.
Okay, this is one of the advantages of having a Farsa in your composition. You have the high ground advantage with that feathered airstrike. But remember, here, 14-minute mark, no turret takedowns against Absolute Zero. Meanwhile, Kingdom Esports is on the verge of defense here with the siege upcoming.
I'm waiting for the Phantom Pulse from the side of Bougie, but not really charging that up just yet. Kingdom Esports did manage to hold on to the Lord for a pretty effective amount of time, but
Wow.
hold on a second, is that Immortality just gonna be popped right in while Ian's just gonna go in with the puncture as well as Storm Rose, but he's dealing no damage at all! Bougie, all by himself, he pushes the rest of Kingdom Esports away. We even have got a double kill for the start of Bougie getting a kill down onto Bear.
Oh.
It's a 1-for-3 trade, no, 2-for-3 trade at this point in time, but Salas is still alive. He's almost getting a little bit more, but Ian's! He found himself right back as he managed to pop the Immortality for a rapid dude, but the Iron Hook lands right on top of Melon, keeps him in place, allowing Salas to get himself the kill.
Wow, and how we've seen this game dominating fashion here for Absolute Zero is just a big switch compared to the game 1 Abstract.
I
This
cannot
is
be
the
any more wrong.
Oh man, comfort picks. This is it.
Oh man.
Comfort picks. Absolute Zero. Fighter jungler Baksha here. Utility for Rapidut as well. I mean the lockdown, and they countered Yanzi on that assassin. So many counters. You have the Phobius, you have here the Bloody Hunt coming in for the Franco as well. It's not easy really for this Lancelot to come back. Plus the bans of the Hayabusa, Fanny, all the assassins there, and the Ling as well. Hard,
man.
very hard game for Kingdom Esports.
It worked out fabulously for AZ, but I still don't like the draft. I still don't like it.
I think just one game, they had adjusted very well. I think this is a risk that the side of Absolute Zero had taken.
Yeah.
How about we shut down their jungler?
Which they
This-
did.
Which they did. And look at here the stats right now we've seen so far. Yanzi having a difficult time to really scale back into this game. While this composition, AZ first pick Baksha. Never doubt the Baksha here, this current patch here. Very strong. First item actually was the Radiant Armor. It's not easy for Melon to take down this heavy aggression on that Baksha.
Yeah, and let's not forget, he even picked up himself the Antikuras.
Yep.
Makes Ians and Malik TZ have so much difficulties on even doing anything to him. Sometimes it baffles me how how tanky a boxer is, while still being able to deal like very good damage as well.
Indeed, especially during the the later stage of the game where in Salas is wrecking havoc already. Bucci here also deals a lot damage with the Sky Piercer and the Stow. No, Baksha with the Tortoise Poison is just insane, man. It's just insane, and how he managed to take down any heroes here while while absorbing all the damage, incoming damage into his Baksha. But look at here. In our stats, there's no tart takedown we've seen so far against the side of Absolute Zero. No tart.
I'm mostly looking at Kimi always being the initiator, being the one that's more on the utility, but failed to realize that Kimi still have got pretty good damage to her kit the moment she gets herself the glowing wand. So the moment that the glowing wand is up, it pretty much makes the healing factor coming from FMM and Bear even more difficult. So yes, they have managed to receive quite a bit of damage, but they're not able to restore them fast enough from through the Revitalize or perhaps even from Bear's slams. So ultimately, right at the start of the game, with the Tortoise's Poisons as well as the glowing wand, just incapacitating these two frontliners, Malik TZ and Ian's just got no game.
Yeah, correct. I mean, the Baksha first pick it just says it all here in this game 2 abstract. I think Baksha should be prioritized ban in the series. You cannot give away this Baksha, man. It's just too much, too OP. And I love how the adjustment also we've seen so far for the side of Absolute Zero. So I think they will stick into this kind of strategy here in the next game abstract. We are now going to stretch this one into a game 3.
Yeah.
So stopping Ianzi is going to be one of their priority here.
Yeah, so I also like to believe that the name of the game is also combo for Absolute Zero. They've got SM the Franco and the 1-1. The problem about 1-1 is that she needs the opponents to either play to her expectations, as he knows, okay, how is this person going to move telegraphically, this kind of stuff. But with a Franco coming in with the suppression, you pretty much just pop all of these weaknesses so easily.
Correct.
So it's kind of the same concept of having a Kaja and all, but to have a Franco actually surprises me a lot. I didn't like it, but it worked out.
It worked out, especially against that assassin Ianzi here cannot really move freely. We've seen that's the pick off on the bottom side, right? Flicker, bloody hand, just like that with a follow up with
There
the
was no flicker,
Kimi.
by the way.
There's no
He just
flicker.
walked in.
That's the thing.
He got locked in animation because of the Thorn Rose. So it was, I think, perfect timing for the Franco, or in some sense, wrong place, wrong time, wrong activation for ENZ.
Fortunately. And this is a great thing for the side of Absolute Zero. Now they have stretched the series. They saying it's not over yet for us, guys. We still have one more shot. We're in. They are used to this kind right now, the situation, a do or die. So advantage for me, for the side of Absolute Zero here, and they're coming game free.
So next game, next draft, what exactly should Kingdom Esports look at? If we talk about combo, let's try to list out as much combos as we can, and the potential combos. Obviously, Matilda plus Alpha.
Correct.
That's always one thing. Fredrin plus Juicin. That's one thing. We are looking also at
Kalea and Beatrix. We have seen so far with that combo.
We've seen that quite a bit as well. Yeah. So as long as kind of we're looking at kind of pick off into heroes that find the difficulties in bursting, or rather great burst, but has a caveat. These are heroes that will love some of these Jawhead, Cho, Kalia picks.
Yep. And actually, for Kingdom Esports, I'm looking forward for that Bear Badang.
Bear Badang.
Yeah. I haven't seen in the series all throughout, but the Bear Badang has been phenomenal there on the past games. Game changer as well with a great setup play, and especially with the composition coming in from FMM on that Gatakacha. So looking forward for this one. If I'm going to see a Bear Badang and a FMM Gatakacha in this game 3, we are in for the game here. Absolutely, this two has a great combo as you have been looking for.
Speaking of Gatakacha also plays very well into the Harif, which has been, kind of on and off when it comes down to the banning stage. So if they do want to pick up a Harif for themselves, I think that is a direction that they can go for as well. If they happen to want to open the box here, we can take a look at Carry. Carry and 1-1 is relatively synonymous, but the difference is for Carry is true front to back, while 1-1 has got more of that potential to team wipe everyone.
Yeah, correct.
As long as you have bruises on your team.
I think we've seen the potential of that 1-1 as well, especially on that game composition right now, wherein the rest of the team goes for a full heavy aggression while you leave
full
his face.
ball,
Yeah, for protect one, if you say that one, until that itemization's already been given to that 1-1. So far here in this game 3 is 1-1 really a good pick here, but I haven't seen the Harith picks, haven't seen Moskov as well.
Moskov as well.
There's no, I think the gold laners here right now is pretty much going to the late game. We've seen the Granger, which is a late game monster. 1-1 is a late game monster as well. But when it comes to the early game, we haven't seen the Harith. Harith is really strong into the lane, especially in the early game, can really burst through, taking down tarts as well.
Yes. And let's not forget about his laning phase. He pretty much wins most of the most of these laners. But MVP, not something that we see all the time, but Franco's on the screen with Rapidude with 1 kill, 2 deaths, and 15 assists, with a total of 89% of kill participation.
Wow, this guy, we've seen his opening games to be a utility hero like the Matilda, the Estes, but now setting up the plays using a Franco this time around. He's really aggressive in using this hero. Actually, before on the Onyx PH team, former Onyx PH here, Rapidot, he's been on that heroes who can really set the plays, like the Kufra. The Tigreal is also good at Tigreal here. The Franco right now with the great skill shots and heavy aggression, he did a really great job here setting the tempo to this team.
Without a doubt, he has the most amount of experience within of his team. And I would say that very likely Absolute Zero, from the side of Absolute Zero, I would say that Rapidude might have a very big influence onto the drafting phase on how they want to play or certain directions that they want to play. Franco is a hero that we don't see too much within of the Singapore region. I'm not too sure about the other regions though.
I think this is where Cheesy pick indeed here in this situation. for me, why they pick the Franco is that to shut down ENZ. This is the thing. Yeah. They want to shut down that
They just
high
have
mobility.
one idea.
Yep, one idea, which is very effective here. And as I mentioned a while ago, I think this strategy we have seen so far for Absolute Zero can be used once again here in the Game 3, unless we see another like play style, especially for ENZ. Will he go for a fighter as jungler this time around? I'm not sure, but he's really comfortable on that assassin.
I would like to believe that he's more of a jungle assassin.
Yeah.
So we'll leave it as that.
Mhm.
We'll just keep a lookout for Hanzo, Hayabusa, Ling,
Yep.
Fannies, all that kind of jazz. Moving on to the potential final game.
Yes.
So these two teams, Absolute Zero and Kingdom Esports, they're both just literally hanging on a thread. We're going down to the wire to find out which team will then be eliminated day one into the MPL Singapore Season 9 playoffs. Is it Absolute Zero or is it Kingdom Esports?
Yeah.
Remember, Absolute Zero came in from the challenger stage, okay?
Yes.
Kingdom Esports are the seeded teams because of their involvement in Season 8.
Yeah, correct.
It would be quite a storyline, huh? If we're somehow able to see a challenger team actually knocking out a seeded team in day one.
Actually, the start of the regular season abstract, we were surprised on how strong the challenger teams are.
Fair.
Yeah, it only shows here that MPL SG is season 9 here in this situation right now. The competition is really rising up.
Yep.
And for sure, Absolute Zero is one, if I'm not mistaken, the only challenger team who has the imports. If I'm not mistaken.
I think you're
It's
right.
Salas and Rapidot here into the side of Absolute Zero. So that's if you mentioned right, the influence that they had contributed here in this team really shows there.
I wonder how much they spent. That's the only thing that's in my mind. It can't be like, hey,
But
Rapi dude,
yeah.
come over, Singapore, free. You want to win, right?
Mm.
Okay. I don't think that was the
Yeah,
conversation.
I'm not
right?
sure. I'm not sure. But he's a former
And on a
PH. Yeah.
player, so
So yes.
yeah.
But then again, he shows pretty good here in this
Yeah.
game.
Great presence and
Yep.
of course great standing so far. Hopefully they will be able to continue to see them
Yep.
across the entirety of the playoff stage. But remember, this is all a lead up to the grand final
True.
stage of MPL SG Season 9, whereas the grand finalists will then make their way over to Saudi Arabia,
Yes,
Riyadh,
MSC.
for the MSC, the
Yeah.
MLBB Mid-Season Cup,
Yeah.
happening in Riyadh for the Esports World Cup, short for EWC. Synonymously, we also will have the MLBB
Yep.
Women's Invitationals that is happening during EWC as well. So
Correct.
that's going to be a jam-packed month full of esports for all of you to, consume. This is
Yeah.
all about the esports ecosystem that we're looking for.
Now there are these teams right now taking it one step at a time, but there's a bigger prize waiting for them. Not only the title of being the champion here in MPL SG Season 9, but also the slots going to the MSC 2025 as well. So imagine also, right? What if challenger team will win? Oh, it's a everyone will lose their mind here.
I will as well.
Yeah.
I will as well. I mean, they did win Flash.
They did win. Actually, both teams here we're seeing right now, Kingdom Esports and Absolute Zero, have taken a game away from Flash in the regular season.
Although, I
Mhm.
have yet to see how Team Flash plays with Ken.
Oh
And
yeah,
from what I heard, they seem to be back to their former glory.
Yep.
When Ken came in.
correct. I'm looking forward for that one. But remember on that roster changes here in the playoffs, Adamir is joining in as well for the side with
as an
Team Flash.
EXP.
As an EXP. So I'm not sure it's gonna be Ken or Adamir.
Oh.
But so far, yeah, we all do remember, of course, Team Flash. It was Diablo, right? Always. But now with the switch of the Ken, they actually did pretty good after this one. And now with Adamir joining in, I'm not sure if Adamir will be playing later on. And that's why I'm looking forward for that match, because whoever wins this series we are witnessing right now between Absolute Zero as well as Kingdom Esports will face the reigning champions here, the MPL SG Season 8.
Grand finals came a little bit too early, huh?
That's the thing. That's the
That's the thing, right?
Ah.
I don't know. I don't remember across the seasons how many times Flash went down to the lower brackets. I don't think that they have did before.
No,
right?
never once. And this season, only Abstract that they have lost 3 games in the regular season. Season 6, 7, 8, it's always
Undefeated.
it's always 6-1. They only lose one game, one match,
One game or one series?
one series.
They only loses
One series. It's always 6-1.
It's always 6-1.
Yeah.
Okay, this is
the
very
first time-
valuable information.
Yeah, this is only the first time we've seen that the opening game
4-3.
they lost.
Yeah, we're like, what the heck?
Yeah, exactly. So now we've seen some adjustments there for the Team Flash. No, we're talking about Team Flash because we're excited, of course, on how they be able to play, especially on the day 1 of the playoffs. Because it's a different play style that we have seen on that opening of the regular season.
Yeah.
Interesting, right? So again, these 2 teams, Absolute Zero as well as Kingdom Esports, totally taking the series away from Team Flash on that regular season. So this is also a vengeance match, per se, we can say, for the side of Team Flash.
I do want to see that happening, but make sure you guys keep your eyes peeled for tomorrow's matches. Oh, wait, hold on a second.
No, yeah. Today is going to be witnessing the Team Flash later on, whoever wins this series.
Oh, shit!
Yeah!
No way!
That's the thing!
Oh, no!
That's the thing!
Okay.
That's why I'm looking forward for this one. So, for both teams right now, Abstract, Absolute Zero, and Kingdom Esports, they have to take one step at a time here. And that's, of course, a giant is waiting for them there.
Oh, that's so tiring, man.
Yes, it is.
That is so tiring.
Especially for the challenger team, which always plays the best of 1 series. This is the first time they're going to play a best of 3. We've witnessed how they adjusted of the side of Absolute Zero.
And 2 best of 3s if they win if they win this game.
Yeah, it's a difference. It's a battle of a stamina here as well, and
Okay.
mental capacity of how these players on the side of Absolute Zero will take. But Kingdom Esports also, the pressure is against them because they are the seeded team. So they have to prove that they are better against the challenger team here. But what we have witnessed in the game 2 is totally different. The
Oh,
competition
man.
is high.
This is kind of heavy.
It is.
Okay, this is actually pretty heavy. So we're just gonna break the pace here.
Yeah.
Go for something a little bit lighter as we go for I guess this is the Average Kings podcast because
Average King.
he brings the low average up
170
a little bit.
cm podcast.
It's like I'm not gonna see my height, but
I
on
know,
average
man.
we're like 166.
You're still
so-
my lodi, whatever. Never mind the height, you're still my lodi, so it's okay.
Let's go for the Average Kings podcast. Well, let's talk a little bit about Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, right?
Let's see.
Yeah, so I have yet to experience, Middle Eastern life. I've never really went
I'm
to
looking
like, Middle
forward
Eastern
if you
countries and all.
ever. I'm hoping, Abstract.
We
I'm
shall
hoping.
see.
I'm
I do
hoping.
hope that you'll be able to go
No,
over and meet your fellow Lodies as well.
Oh yeah.
you have a lot of Lodies.
Coach Leo, if you're watching,
Coach Leo.
I haven't seen him yet.
Yeah, like what?
Personally.
Yeah, like bring this guy over to Saudi.
I know.
Let him to finally meet Leo for,
At least.
for God's sake, man. So, in
Yeah,
the event
and
that you were to go to Riyadh, right? What is one thing that you look forward to the most? Like, is there something that you really wanted to buy from there?
Buy?
Yeah, buy or kind of bring back. What's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Actually, Coach Leo. You've just mentioned it. I do remember the first time I came here to MPL SG. I'm looking for you as well. No.
We can talk about this story in a bit,
Yeah,
okay? Later on, we have a lot of time. We'll share our story between the two of
Okay.
us, right? I shared my
Yeah.
story about me and Churros already.
Yeah,
So
sure.
next one is my story with you.
Yeah. It's really interesting, guys. But anyway, it's just a dream come true for me. Yeah. Speaking of dream come true, dreams are on the line here,
Let's
Abstract.
take a look at that.
There you go.
Okay, so Kingdom Esports is going to be first pick, first ban,
Mm.
and then followed by
Ah.
Absolute Zero, second pick, second ban. So this is going to be synonymous to what we saw in game number 1, and we hope that the drafting will be vastly different.
Yep.
I don't know how it's going to be, but KE very likely will go for very similar bans as the previous game. They might leave out a Kalia because they want a Kalia for themselves, with the first ban onto the Matilda still
Correct.
being part of the same script.
Yeah, they want to take out this Matilda. Rapido is a monster here on this situation, and as expected, also that Absolute Zero will stick into the guns on taking down Ianzi's comfort picks. They'll most likely assassins here, but Baksha. You don't want to give away this Baksha here for the side of Kingdom Esports. It's just too much OP here in this card patch right now.
To be fair, KE did ban the Baxia during that
Ah.
time in the blue side. So I think that that is very likely going to be the third ban for them. But with the vast amount of heroes that's currently available and the fact that AZ have not played a single Lucas, I think that this is a game where they can just kind of like forego the Lucas and just believe that, okay, this is not a team that play Lucas, let's not care about that.
And speaking of the bans, right, they're cutting off
Still the
also the
same?
Fovius. Yeah, the Fovius right now, because they want the assassin to be in the hands of Ianzi. It has been a menace also for the mobility heroes, just like the Lancelot. Is having a hard time for Ianzi here. So they're going to prioritize this one, but this opens up also the chip in the Louis.
Ah, okay. So
There you go,
the
Baksha.
script is exactly the same for Kingdom Esports. So they want to clear for themselves and kind of repeat what they have done before. So now the ball is on the court of AZ. They've decided to pick out, or rather ban out the chip. This should be a very simple answer for KE and just get the clear for themselves because it's a same old, same old.
Correct. Kalea will be the first pick, or we've seen hopefully Badang. I'm looking forward for the Badang also for the side of Kingdom Esports here. Kalea has been very strong, or they can go for the assassins if they want to this time around. The Hayabusa is
They
pretty
need
much
to deny the
open
clear
here.
though.
Yeah,
Vendetta.
Ah,
Yeah. So far,
I
Vendetta
know.
has got zero chance to play his clear. So the moment that
What? I did not expect this one. Abstract, to be honest. A 1-1 first pick. They're going to Malik TZ first
that is
on his
such an
priority.
easy clear pick. That is such an easy clear pick, and even stole the lawyer away. Okay, I'm not too sure whether it's a
Okay.
steal, but
Okay,
oh,
they want to invest more here for Malik TZ.
if KE loses, this is on them, man.
This is going to be their strategy. Actually, on the regular season, I always highlighted that Kingdom Esports really wins games if Malik TZ scales.
Okay,
So as
okay.
this first
So
pick
play
on that
around the
1-1,
1-1.
they're going to play around 1-1 here, but Ianzi, I thought this is Ianzi's priority pick here because they have the first pick, but so far they can still go for that one. Okay, I'm not only going to play an assassin this time around, I'm going to play the fighter jungler here in a do or die series. Ianzi most likely going to be a jungler Fredrin
And
here.
now the Lucas come up.
Oh my.
Okay, flexibility-wise,
Okay.
KE actually have quite a bit of flexibility. We know that in normal situations, right, normal competitive situations, we are looking at Fredrin jungle and Selena mid. But we can still see Selena roam
Yep.
and Fredrin EXP. There could still be a possibility on that. So we can just take it as though mid and jungle is technically still open. This puts a very tough spot for AZ. They should generally just look at heroes that they know that they must ban.
Yeah, but EXP Fredrin, I'm not sure if Bear is really comfortable for this Fredrin. Badang for sure is pretty much. Oh, there you go. Actually, AZ right now prioritizes EXP here. And anyway,
my
Hayabusa is out. They can take care of, if ever, Lancelot again. We've seen how AZ could easily shut down here Ianzi.
AZ's draft is good right now.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Absolute Zero, their lineup here is damage-wise is there. Now they do have the cross-map plays as well with this diversion coming in from this Louis.
Isn't it the wait? Hold on a second. Was it the same game where I mentioned that 1-1 can't be caught because it is the same game. Game number 1-1 was played by KE, and AZ went for the Khalid. At the moment that I saw that, and I was just like, yeah, you guys are not gonna touch the 1-1 at all. You can just get her free S2 cleanse away from the Khalid, and there's nothing that you can do about it. But if you're able to get someone to just rush right in, burst her down, that's great. That's the Lucas.
Yep. Plus you have the sneaky diversion play.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, Kingdom Esports, and to be fairly honest,
Hold on, Garukacha is still available.
it is, and they are going to ban out the Badang. Yes, I agree. don't give this Badang into the hands of Bear here. But Yanzi, on if ever there's gonna be a Fredrin jungler here, Yanzi will now good beat him first time going to show us that his flexibility as a jungler player.
Is it really gonna be a jungle Fredrin though?
And to be honest, I haven't seen an EXP
seen-
Bear Fredrin.
Fair, I haven't seen it as well.
Yeah.
Estes is currently open as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But
Okay.
I can't-
Isolation plays is there though.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what kind of combo are we looking out for. Okay, so
Okay.
Gadakacha is gonna be stolen. They have very tanky frontliners. Masha!
Mid Selena? EXP Max? No. what?
Rome Gato. Rome Masha.
No, this is an EXP got
I haven't
EXP
seen
Masha for sure.
I haven't seen Masha in a long time.
But
so is
Franco
there a
here has been
difference?
picked by AZ once again, but we've seen EXP Masha from Team Flash, and Diablo was a monster for that one abstract. But here right now, it is a jungler Fredrin, mid Selena, Rome
And with
Gatot.
Franco on AZ.
Yeah, this is very unusual to see for the side of Kingdom Esports. But kid me not, we've seen the power of the Masha abstract. Even though you can visibly see a Masha, but can you stop? Okay, they have the Franco then.
Franco, yeah.
That's a thing.
Yeah.
Okay, they have the Franco. They have the Franco for the protection, and here we go, ladies and gentlemen, a do or die. Best of one right now. We're going to see between Kingdom Esports and Absolute Zero. The winner here will proceed into our playoffs facing Team Flash.
What is he doing? Testing the Kalia? They're testing the Kalia onto Vendetta? Oh, man.
Okay, it's a Rome Garot. And
They're asking
Selena.
for it. I swear, they are asking for it, man. Okay, so one thing's for sure. EXP lane won by Kalia, no problem. Kingdom Esports in the mid lane, you can see that there's clearly a problem because this is a Selena in the mid lane, and the wave clear is not great, right? The only one that is decent, they have decent wave clear is only because FMM can help when it comes down to the concussive blast. Other than that, your mid lane has got no priority. So the moment that the mid lane is cleared out, while Vendetta is winning the heck out of the lane in the EXP, most of the eyes is going to be in the jungle or is going to be on over to the gold lane. If it goes over to the jungle, well,
They had a first blood.
they got first blooded.
Kingdom Esports. Actually, I'm doubting this lineup right now from the side of Kingdom Esports.
Judging hard too.
Yeah, I mean, but Melon and the rest here of Kingdom Esports just successfully goes for the pickoff. They did have the first blood advantage here, but to be honest, when we go for the head-to-head with this lane comparison here, Absolute Zero indeed has the advantage when it comes to range, damage, and pickoff as well.
And immediately with the Iron Hook that's going to be landing on the ENZ, takes him down almost immediately as Berdan unleashed the beast. The Bujudama did not land on the Melon, unfortunately, but it's okay because he's still got a lot of damage to deal with. With FMM, Melon, and Bear around the vicinity, they do not have any retribution nearby, so they should be able to deal with this pretty effectively. Melon joins to the fray, but he does not have any form of damage. With a double dash to walk himself away, with a Abyssal Arrow that lands as well. None picks up the kill on the FMM, and after taking the turtle, they're happy with what they've got.
Wow, Absolute Zero takes the kill, takes the turtle as well, and Kingdom Esports now is being punished hard. Oh, Yancy, what is it doing there?
ENZ thinks that he will be able to steal the purple buff away from the hands of Absolute Zero, especially since there is no retribution available onto none. But did not expect that Rapidude will not go home, will not walk around. This is amazing foresight coming from Rapidude.
Yeah, but still, I doubt it.
Oh! Look, that is not a surprising kill, okay?
What is happening to Kingdom Esports right now?
It's the
I mean, okay, I have questions of ENZ's decision there, diving into the purple jungle, but
Personally, I think that him going over to the purple buff is justifiable to a certain extent. I think that he has got a great idea of stealing the purple buff away because they're already behind. And they know that Retribution is used for the turtle, I can steal it away. But he got outplayed just from a single rapid dude that is there. And boom, he's gone.
It's very risky though. No
Risky
vision.
indeed. No vision. No
He's
one
alone.
around to help as well.
Exactly, he's alone. But anyway, it is what it is that we have seen already in that skirmish play. But Absolute Zero here, not stopping with Rapidude, actually just delaying Yanzi's scaling potential. On that early game, we've seen his hooks into that jungle creeps here, delaying his levels as well. And this is where Absolute Zero truly shines here. We've seen on the game too, and how they really control the early game with this heavy aggression.
That's kind of like the epitome of good idea, bad execution. So they didn't have any communications going down and coming in from ENZ and saying, hey, look, I'm going off to the purple buff and such, and kind of trying to steal the turtle the purple buff. But in the meantime, down in the middle lane, we do have a small little action going on as we have None getting himself a kill. The iron hook lands right onto Melon this time. As such, Absolute Zero, they are literally shredding the heck out of Kingdom Esports as they gave Vendetta this Kalia. And of course, even the Lucas got great potential in bursting people down. This 1-1 first pick literally is going nowhere and contributed nothing within this 4 minutes of fight after being, you know, neck and neck against a Granger.
Oh man, Kingdom Esports really forcing these skirmishes, forcing team fights not into their favor. Absolute Zero just taking advantage of it. I mean, they have the range, they have the burst, they have the numbers as well. And Kingdom Esports, one by one, just going into the team fights. They need some coordination here. And now Bear used the flicker here. Great advantage for the bot side, but there's gonna pick up once again.
Once again, another one of the suppression going down, and a hook
Again!
to reclaim FMM! Rapidude! He's letting one after another! And Appraiser's Wrath lands, but does not do anything to None.
Plus, Vendetta had a solo kill there on the bottom side against Bear.
What did I say?
Everywhere on the map.
What did I say? That he just dominates the lane against a Masha.
I mean,
they
this
threw
lineup,
this game.
this
threw
composition.
They absolutely threw it, man.
Why? Rapidude though.
Rapidude, his skill shots. Let's give it to him, right? I am questionable about the this Franco pick, but game number 2, I thought, look, it's just a fluke. Game number 3, all these hooks, all these pickups, this guy knows what he's doing. His timing is great, and this all makes sense now. In the meantime, now we do have, of course, the Tsunami Slam just going to be landing on top of ENZ. He's got a lot of great HP to work with, but unfortunately, Salas actually managed to kind of get a nice little poke, and of course, sniped him out. Baron is going to be the next one to go down as well with a godlike spree for the side of Diversion! Right in between of the turrets and get almost a wipeout onto Kingdom Esports.
Wow, surprise, surprise, and there you go. Let us look out at the replay here. It's just too much here to handle. It is initiated by the Vendetta on the Tsunami Slam. No response whatsoever, and look at Kingdom Esports scattered everywhere. No coordination whatsoever. No answers as well. Diversion will be the icing on the cake there.
Oh my goodness, this is...
OMG.
This is so difficult to absorb. This is so difficult to swallow. What is this draft, Kingdom Esports? You guys did well in Game 1. Game 2's draft is pretty okay. In fact, I like it over Absolute Zero's draft, but it's all about the execution, buddy. But this game...
Oh, Diversion. Okay. Just trying to find some ground here in the vision as well. It was first pick 1-1.
Why would you first pick 1-1?
They're so confident in this one. No, okay. As we mentioned, they want to invest for Malik Teasy to scale here in this game, but the rest of the picks, though, I'm not sure if it's really the best here for the side of Kingdom Esports, but so far they must make use of it. Again, FMM, the only thing I can think of to initiate the team fight is FMM, not Yanzi. Yanzi really lacks that mobility. Unless we have a Matilda here, then okay. But so far, there's no one. Melon's skill shots here on the Abyssal Arrows, yes, but it's not enough. There's so many players right now where Absolute Zero going into the Ubi strat once again that we're witnessing. They're not really scattered everywhere. And there you go, diversion here to top side.
Oh, goodbye, Malik TZ. Goodbye.
Oh, they did not spot anyone there. Okay, lucky break.
Okay.
Lucky break for Malik TZ. Still managed to escape here. But Kingdom Esports again, yes, they do have a tanky lineups here, but FMM, he needs to initiate the team fight here. But we have discussed this time and time again, Abstract, that Garotkacha's AOG is not really ideal to initiate the team fight.
As we do have the Tsunami Slam just going to be connecting down. FMM belts it down almost immediately. ENZ in the midst of everything did not even manage to land the Appraiser's Wrath. That is all of the 5 members from the side of Absolute Zero that are still alive with a divergent play from Bujin right underneath the turret in the top lane. They are A-OK, no casualty, and they are going to be popping every single one of these holy defense in the middle lane and the top lane.
Holy Shields are down already, and this is how confident Absolute Zero is. Diversion play inside Inhibitor turret. But meanwhile, of course, split push here for Bear, which I could see the only thing that Kingdom Esports will be able to do. Going to take a split push strategy here, but giving away this Lord right now for the side of Absolute Zero. So far, Malik TZ, no kills here in this game. They need this gold laner to be online.
Malik TZ 0-0-0. There is, however, still a small little chance. However, the chance will only happen when they have lost their inhibitor turret. Okay? That is the possibility, and that's what eventually might happen. So, we're looking at about 11,000 gold lead in favor of Absolute Zero. We have pickoffs coming in from Absolute Zero. Kingdom Esports, they may have a lot of crowd control, but do they even have got the way to stay alive? We'll see about that. As the Tsunami Slam just going to be landing on top of FMM. He melted down almost immediately. This is almost the same as the previous fight. They catch FMM and then melt ENZ down. Malik TZ is taking on the chopping block. And ladies and gentlemen, Kingdom Esports is out of the competition.
Challenger team proceeds into the playoffs!
Oh my god, I am so surprised!
Wow!
Can you tell how surprised I am?
With that composition coming in from Kingdom Esports?
I know, right?
But then again, Challenger team showing how it's done against a seeded team here in MPL SG.
Oh man.
That was phenomenal here, but first pick 1-1, okay. Malik TZ, they want to invest on that gold laner here, but the rest of the picks there, it only shows here that Yanzi is not really comfortable on that fighter jungler. I mean, if they had the material that we mentioned, right, the mobility which can activate the Fredrin, then okay. But with that composition right now, it's really hard for them to initiate a team fight.
I really don't see the direction of Anticuras and Immortality?
Yeah, defensive. And they have to rely only for Bear for the damage. But
you should at least get a Cursed Helm or rather the Molten Essence. If you don't want the Molten Essence, which was like a very last time thing, Thunderbelt. But
true. All it shows here.
Yeah, I mean, technically I can understand going for the Dreadnought armor first because of number 1 Kalia, number 2 Nun, number 3 the Granger. You want to mitigate as much physical defense as much as possible, but to full build the Anticuras and full build into the Immortality afterwards, that's a huge red flag for me.
Yeah. Plus, I can compare the game 1 also for the side of Kingdom Esports that they lack the burst. Again, where's the burst here? So let's see, you have the Bear there, you have Selena, but you have to take that skill shot happen. If not, there's no action.
They're locked behind the skill shot, unfortunately.
Yeah.
We talked about the fact that the Garotkacha is more of a counter-initiate hero with his avatar of the Guardian. So you would generally want to have ENZ going in to be the first one to initiate, right? You walk in, you kind of go crazy, you heal a little bit, FMM comes in, slam, and then your appraisals raffle everyone that's inside. Because that way, they can't
Correct.
move, you can get a lot of HP back, and you can deal a lot of damage. But unfortunately, one thing that they fail to realize is just how much burst damage and how crazy of a damage Lucas have within of his kit in the early stages of the game. Which is something that I have been hearing about and surprised that no one is picking the Lucas from game 1 to game 2. And only until now, AZ is like, okay, you know what? Let's go for the Lucas.
Yep.
He snowballs so hard, dude.
And remember, this Lucas, one of the best performing Lucas players here in MPL SG Season 9, none other than none.
Oh, it's actually not?
Yeah.
Oh.
He's one of the best players here to
Why didn't
use
they
that
play
Lucas.
game 1 and game 2?
Exactly, because it wasn't
Game
really
1 was, game 1 wasn't banned at all.
it wasn't pick as well.
Yeah, they just decided, heck it, let's just pick a Joy. Like, it's okay. Hey, I feel like playing a Joy. Can I play Joy? Okay, play Joy. We lose? Okay, never mind. Game 2, we'll win this.
Now, feel bad for Kingdom Esports though.
I
I'm
don't, because of
you
game 3 draft. I don't. I specifically said, if they lose this game, it's on them.
I mean, I feel bad because I'm really expecting a high intensity seesaw battle here in this
Yeah,
game 3.
That's kind of what we wanted to see, right?
Exactly, but
know,
this happened
Down the
here.
wire. This is kind of anticlimactic. The moment that they first picked the
Yeah.
1-1, we were just like, okay, they're screwed.
You mentioned right. You asked for it, then there you go. It just happened, giving away the comfort heroes for the side of Absolute Zero. And again, Rapidut Franco is the MVP on this game just because he delays Yanzi's scaling here on that Fredrin. Those hooks, just delaying those jungle.
So annoying.
So annoying indeed as well. And I love how aggressive he is. And now Franco is to be also looking forward to be a potential ban or respect ban here coming in from this player.
Fair. I think the Franco should be respect banned from this game itself, right? FMM ate so many of that iron hooks. He's got no answer at all. And the moment he's out of his bloody hunt, he don't even have the time to potentially just jump away at all. It's like absolutely crazy.
Wow. I think just looking at the game 1 right now for the side of Absolute Zero, they have adjusted very, very well. They know that Ian Z's characteristic of being an assassin jungler,
yeah.
they manage to take it on the rest of the games here. So I think Absolute Zero right now is looking good. I think the momentum is here already. And
Fair, yeah. This is going to be a great start to the next game, which we talked about, by the way. Next game is going to be Absolute Zero versus Team Flash.
Yes.
But fortunately, it is a double elimination bracket from this point onwards for Absolute Zero. So even if they get knocked down, or rather they lose to Team Flash, at least just go down to the lower bracket,
yep.
and they have yet another chance. And knowing this team, I think that they will have a lot of chances.
Yeah. What if?
What if? You know, they get experience playing against Team Flash, and then they're like, you know what, we'll meet them in the grand finals and we'll beat them down. Best of 7.
That's gonna be a great storyline if we ever going to witness that one
Right.
abstract here. But
I mean, Absolute Zero is a team that have got competitive experience, right? Paired up with heroes, players such as Nan and Buji together since the RSG days. Bring in Rapidut as well as Salas. These two are undoubtedly, they have international experience, especially for Rapidut, right?
Yes, yes.
So, and Vendetta, even though he did not really kind of showed up in the previous seasons, this is his season for sure. Kalia is kind of like made for him.
Yes. Actually, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, Vendetta has been pretty good.
Best performing Kalia so far.
And so far, the only EXP Kalia that performed very well.
Yeah.
It's
Kalia
only
is
Vendetta.
actually pretty good.
Yes. Mostly we see the Kalia on that roam, but only Vendetta who really pushed this hero into the EXP and performed very well.
Yeah.
So Vendetta,
Honestly, yeah.
Yep.
It's come to the point that I kind of feel as though, even though Rapidut is the one that has gotten like 2 MVPs, it kind of feels as though like the man we should look out for is Vendetta. But it's too single dimensional because all I can see is Kalia.
Yep.
So as long as you kind of go up against the AZ, just deny the Kalia kind of thing. So that's kind of, you know, some kind of identity, I suppose.
Hopefully.
But
Well,
but for a challenger team to get an identity like that this early,
yeah. Had the respect.
I gotta respect them.
Yeah,
like some of
correct.
the challenger teams, they still don't have an identity.
Oof. Oof. But anyway, I'm looking forward for the next match later on. Abstract is going to be now the Team Flash waiting for the challenger team, which is Absolute Zero dominating in this series. So looking forward for that one.
Yep, we're just gonna pass it over and back to the host right at Tampines Mall. Off to you, Hishiko.
Over. It was a really amazing first series of the day with Absolute Zero against Kingdom Esports. And we have one of the Absolute Zero players here for us for the winner interview. And congratulations. Could you introduce yourself?
I'm Steels. I'm the sub player for Absolute Zero. Yeah.
Thank you for the introduction, and congratulations again for the win. How are you feeling?
Feeling quite happy lah. Cause when we lost the first game, I thought maybe it might be a tough game and might lose lah. So quite happy that we come back and win the series.
Alright. Was it on your mind that when you lost the first game that you might slip off and fall to the lower bracket? Like, what's on your mind?
No, actually we are quite confident to make a comeback and win 2-1.
Wow, that's very good that you are confident. Then, do you have any thoughts of the entire? What's your standing? Do you think of the MPL Singapore Season 9?
What do you mean?
As in, what do you think? How confident are you to win this whole tournament?
I think at least top 2.
Okay, that's great. All right. Maybe last question. What do you think? How confident are you against the next match, which is against Flash Singapore?
Quite confident. So just watch the game later to see.
Wow. Okay, guys. Let's watch the game later to see Absolute Zero up against Flash Singapore. Thank you so much for your time and thank you for the interview. We'll be having a short break right now, and please stay tuned for the next match of for Absolute. Sorry? Yes, please.
To the Kingdom fans, next time softer a bit lah. Don't shout so loud.
Oh my God. Okay. Thank you so much for your time and the confidence. It was really, really amazing. Yeah, so please stay tuned for the audience and everyone here at the venue. Please stay tuned for the next match of Absolute Zero up against Flash Singapore. Thank you.
They said there's a limit in the Women's League. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI Queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head & Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours, so dandruff and itch don't come back. Head & Shoulders.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, challenger qualifiers, challenger stage, and last chance qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the challenger qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the challenger stage. The challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the challenger qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for 1 more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, 1 final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get 1 last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only 1 team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the challenger qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the challenger stage rankings. In the challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into last chance qualifier stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through last chance qualifier stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the last chance qualifier stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours, so dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。四代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。四代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. My name is Abstract. With me here is Deadeye, and welcome back to MPL SG Season 9, where we are about to move on over to Team Flash versus Absolute Zero.
And this is going to be an absolute banger indeed, a vengeance match for Team Flash also. Because remember, on that regular challenger stages, actually, it was Absolute Zero just showing their Ube strat, caught us everyone's off guard.
Very, very off guard.
They won against Team Flash on that day.
It was a best of one series,
yes.
No? So, with all things considered, when it comes down to BO3, I would like to believe that Team Flash would be more prepared coming in for these kind of best of 3 instances. And let's not forget that Absolute Zero has already played like 3 games. Technically, they have kind of shown their cards. I'm not too sure how many more cards they have within of their sleeves, but we'll find out a little bit more next time, or rather in a few minutes later. Now, this is the brackets so far. We've got Kingdom, Esports, and unfortunately will be eliminated by Absolute Zero. And on the bottom half of the bracket, or rather the bottom part of the bracket, you will be able to see the RSGSG managed to get themselves a free seed over to the main part of the event, as they will be fighting against Evil in a BO3 format tomorrow.
Yeah, looking forward to that match as well for tomorrow. But today, Flash SG versus Absolute Zero. Everything is on the line as well in order to take that semifinal slot. But again, you mentioned this while ago, whoever loses in this series will go into the lowest bracket. So there's still a chance here for both teams to win and go on into the playoffs later on.
So now the question is, how exactly is this game from Team Flash gonna be like? Because if you have tuned into the transfer window, you would have realized that Adamir came in as the EXP laner. Well, as per the Instagram account on MPL SG, if you'd like to find out more, you can go to mpl.sg.official. So as I take a look at the player transfer for the transfer window, Team Flash, we have the analyst KZP that left, while we have a new analyst come in, and his name is Kyosh was left. That's his name. Kyosh was left.
Kyosh
was left.
What's left is including in that AGM.
Yeah,
Okay.
apparently. So Kyosh did not leave, or rather, Kyosh has left, did not leave. Yes.
Okay.
So, confusing name, but you know, it is what it is. That's what the kind of name that he gives us. But Team Flash, they are coming into today's game with one change, and that is the fact that the EXP laner is not gonna be Diablo, but it is going to be Ken. Together, we have Hades, JPL, Katizi, Vanix, and Ken.
Yeah, this team we have seen so far, they love cross-map plays, and with Ken joining in this roster right now, they did improve when it comes to the gameplay as well, especially when it comes to the team fight. Usually Diablo, we have seen him use the high-lows, the Benedetta and the Masha, right?
Yeah.
But so far, Ken is more comfortable on this Phobius pick and the Glue, which all of these heroes been picked. Team Flash has been winning games.
More on the meta side, I suppose. Now, for the Absolute Zeros lineup, you guys are definitely not strangers to these people. We've got Nand, Rapidut, Buji, Salas, and Vendetta. And of course, so far, Vendetta has been showing quite a performance together with Rapidut, as Vendetta has been a clear monster in the EXP lane. I would love to see if whether Team Flash is gonna respect ban the clear away from Vendetta, just so that Ken will have a better time. And in the meantime, Rapidut with that Franco, the unorthodox Franco, which worked so well.
Yeah, speaking of so well, this team has been popping off here in the game against Kingdom Esports. They are confidently
confident.
Remember
confident.
Confidently confident. On that interview a while ago, right? They feel confidently confident to face against Team Flash here in the series. Again, this is the best of 3, and Team Flash still is on the top #1 when it comes to our seeded teams here. So it is so far a big challenge that we are going to expect from the side of Absolute Zero. But again, they won on the challenger teams. So let's see on how this one goes. It was Diablo way back on that EXP, and I thought this is going to be Adamir is going to play, but instead Ken still is going, I thought.
Yeah,
but there you go,
no
Ken.
Adamir yet. No
Adamir, but Ken has been performing very well, so most likely Absolute Zero will take into consideration the Phobius and the Glue picks.
So with that all said and done, let's take a look at the drafting phase. And as we have Flash, that will be first pick, first ban, and AZ, second pick, second ban. We start things off with Coach Z's with a ban onto the Lucas. And of course, for AZ with no coach, they are going ahead with the Moskov first ban. Understandably, when it comes down to the banning phase, we should have, you know, kind of thrown whatever that we need to. So with the Baxia unavailable, Fanny is unavailable, we still have Gatokacha, we got Kimi, we got who else again? Hayabusa. All these are currently still available. Chip, Phobius, Badang. So
Zushin,
there's so much heroes that we gotta have to talk about, and so much heroes that fits into most, if not all, compositions, and you can't ban all of them.
Speaking of the draft, also abstract. Usually we see Team Flash going into the second pick. Actually, they love to counter the drafts, but this time around, Coach Jay is saying, no, we must have the priority pick here. So most likely, of course, we have seen the Moskov being popping up for Vanix. This is where Absolute Zero going nuts to give it away here in the first phase of our draft. But Team Flash right now, they have the first priority pick. They have the Kalea pretty much open here as well. And we have seen Ken using, of course, Glue and I mentioned a while ago, the Phobias as well. Could be potential first pick as well for Team Flash.
Okay, so now all of the bans are done. Kalea immediately picked by Flash. In a flash.
In a flash.
In a flash. So denying the Kalia away is definitely going to be one of the main ideas that they would want to go up against AZ. So now we gotta have to focus on what is available with the Gato Kacha as well as the Badang available. So I think that it is good to pick either one of these two heroes because there's still many other heroes available.
Yes.
In fact,
Wow.
Mathilda is just going to be snap picked alongside of Granger.
Correct. How can I forget? Of course, I mentioned a while ago, you cannot give this utility heroes into the hands of Rapido. Now Matilda is pretty much open. They will pick it. It is also a chance here for AZ to take a alpha pick. They have been very successful for the Alpha Matilda combo here, and we've seen Nan very comfortable for the fighter jungler heroes.
So gotta have to see if whether Team Flash wants to play a very front-heavy lineup. If it's a front-heavy lineup, it's generally very good to play around with the Alpha, with the Phobius as well as that. Okay,
there you go.
With the Phobius as well as the Kalia, it makes sense for them to go for that, and that's the initial combo that we want to see from AZ.
Yep.
EXP laners needs to be taken away from the side of Team Flash. So I think it's relatively fair for Coach Z's to ban out both the Badang and the Gato Kacha.
I agree with you there, Abstract. Cannot give the Badang as well here with this combo coming in from the side of Absolute Zero. But meanwhile, Team Flash, they have now secured the Phobius with which we mentioned that Ken has been performing very well. Anyway, the glue is pretty much open here as well for the side of AZ.
Oh, that's true. That's quite a bit.
They can go for this route as well. If they want a heavy sustain here as well, they can go for the Hylos also for the EXP for the side of AZ. And they are going to ban the Farsa. Mentioned a while ago, right? Farsa has been spamming greatly for in the hands of Team Flash, especially in the hands of Curtiz. He's very dominating on that lane using the Farsa.
Especially since now Flash don't really have got a very good lineup that can shred in the front lines. So technically speaking, with Alpha onto their side, they can play a relatively tanky Alpha. EXP laner can be pretty tanky as well, with their high loss in the mix. So generally, if they want to ensure that they can win fights very well, they can ban heroes such as a carry, or they can take a carry for themselves. I'm not too sure how they want to play it out, but Harith is actually a very important hero to have, since Team Flash have got the Phobius. They want to play area denial, force the enemies to play within of the Zaman force, and deal absolute damage within of that slow zone.
Yeah, true. It is comfortable in the hands of Vanix, to be honest, when it comes to the Harith here. But what's great about the Team Flash, this is a team who love cross-map play. So having the Hayabusa right now to their hands, they can do that one. But okay, carry has been taken out, so most likely Harith is pretty much open here against the Granger. Is pretty good, actually, here for the side of Team Flash to pick the Harith.
So I think that they don't mind giving the Harith away, considering that now AZ has pretty much shown their hands. We want to play a very tanky frontline lineup. Team Flash have to respond to that. Badang is pretty tanky. Hylos is pretty tanky. What else are we missing out? A mid laner, right? Mid laner, generally, we probably want to look at something that is more utility side. They already have a lot of mobility. If they want to double down, Loi can be a potential pick coming in for AZ. Otherwise, if they want to play against a possible Harith from the side of Team Flash, a Yiv would be a good choice.
Actually, it's pretty good. There you go. Luya is also a great combination here for the side of AZ. Eve, you mentioned no questions asked when it comes to team fights. It gives a opening here for the side of AZ to go for a heavy team fight composition. But with this Louis as well, now the cross map plays can be negated here for the side of Team Flash. Now they can respond on such scenarios that Team Flash will now conduct in this game.
They're already such a high mobile team with a Alpha plus the Mathilda. You slap on again with the diversion. That is just absolute craziness that we should expect. And Team Flash, now they have they already have the Kalia as well as the Phobius. The front line is pretty much set in already, and I think that this is a very difficult spot of Team Flash. So what they got to do is not to drag out the game. They need to have more burst potential. So looking at the mage as well as the the mage and gold laner. As much as possible, if they're able to pop off in the early stages of the game, that would be good. I still believe that Harith might be a better pick for them.
I agree.
Otherwise, if they want to play the Moskov, which is definitely Vanix's comfort, he can go for that.
but it's banned already. The Moscow, yeah, that's the first ban coming in from the side of Absolute Zero. Because I cannot blame Absolute Zero to ban the Moscow, man.
Yeah.
I mean, Hades, especially when you have a Hayabusa and a Moscow in the composition of Team Flash, those cross map plays is uncontrollable there for the side of Team Flash. So that's why they have been prioritized here for the side of Absolute Zero. But I still agree the Harv is pretty good pick here for the side of Team Flash. At least they can control or leave alone Vanix in that gold lane against the side of the Granger. However, they need still the follow-up here coming in from the Kalea.
The other good pick would have been a 1-1, considering the amount of control that AZ has, which is not a lot. A single Purifier, you should be able to be safe and sound with a single crossbow of Tang.
Beatrix with a combo, Kalea, Rage,
I
the
think
simple
it's
combo.
a very good offensive lineup.
Yep, it is.
But she will suffer in the laning
know.
phase like crazy.
I agree. That's the thing. I can say it's not one of the heroes that Vanix really is having a great performance comparing the regular season that we have seen. So, well, he used also the Bruno. He also, you used the Beatrix, but unlike the Moscow, the Harith, and the Granger has been performing very well. So there is a small pool of heroes that we are going to think right now for the side of gold lane. But if Team Flash wants to secure that lane, Harith is the safest pick here for Team Flash.
I think it has to be a Harith now, because you go in with a Purify. You want to go in with a Purify, and most people go in with a Purify anyways, right? So we got that settled. Then now it boils down to the mid lane.
Farsa is out already here.
Yeah, so the next one I can think of is just Yeve. And at this point in time, AZ don't have... technically, they still have the capacity to pick up the Gatokacha, which counters the Yeve pretty badly because of the taunt. So it makes me believe that Flash wouldn't want to pick up the Yeve, even though it works for their lineup pretty effectively. So that will now leave down to a Kimi.
Kimi right now, hey, Kimi has not been banned.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So I will still say that Kimi would be good. Great damage all the way through. With the Traction Pulse, you kind of set things up pretty nicely for Phoveus. And if you were to play as the Harith, it would help with your Synchro Fission. But it could also go a little bit bad if the coordination of AZ would be good.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen how they coordinate already, especially with this Louis, the combo of the Matilda as well as the Alpha. They had damage here. They have the damage, especially in the early stage of game. However, when it comes to team fight initiations here, they have to rely for that Spear of Alpha.
Honestly,
so,
I can't think of mages that work well in this composition. But because of the fact that it is Kurtizi that plays mid, I don't think it's too out of the question to ask for a Martis.
If ever is going to be a Martis pick here, too much physical damage already will be in this composition.
Fair, but I want them to win in the early game, which is what AZ is super good at.
Correct. So they can stop the frontline aggression here for the side of AZ. The question is, will they be able to sustain? So that's where the Kalea will come in. At least that health regeneration will be a help when it comes to a team fights.
So it's a very brawly style composition from Team Flash. The reason why I asked for a Martis is solely because of the fact that they are looking at an Enchanter support. That means that the front lines is a lot lesser. So it's a lot easier to kind of weave into the back lines, deal with the Granger, deal with the Loi, and perhaps even deal with the Alpha at one point in time. You just kind of dunk for days.
Yeah, let's see. Now the Harith has been picked here. Abstract. This is the safest, as we've mentioned, safest pick that we can look at into this composition coming in from the side of Flash SG. But Mage, Martis, you mentioned, right? So I'm also, if it comes to the vision, if they want to avoid such sneaky attacks,
Selena?
I think Selena can be one. I think Selena has been one of the Curtisi rather has been one of the players who can really pull off the Selena, and also Novaria. Correct. I'm looking out for Novaria as well.
But
holy moly!
I forgot about Jusit.
Yeah. Twice in a row. I mean, I remember our opening.
So forgettable.
I remember the opening day, right?
Juicy wasn't banned. Why is Juicy so unforgettable? Or rather, why is Jusin so forgettable? But yeah, Gatakacha makes very good sense. So not picking the Eve is a very good idea. Going in for the Jusin is solid.
Can still have the vision, right?
Yeah,
I
you still
mean,
get
yeah.
the vision. You clear
Correct.
out most, if not all, of the problems that we initially asked for. It is still very good crowd control, and it's still very good area denial coming in from Team Flash.
The way that we didn't really put into consideration the Zushin just because of Kalea wants a bursty mage to have this
That's fair.
follow-up, right?
That's fair.
So let's see more on the DPS damage right now we're seeing here. It's going to be Zushin with a magic DPS damage, while the Hayabusa deals the physical DPS damage. And here we go, Abstract, the start of our match between Flash SG and Absolute Zero, game 1.
Oh, looks like Team Flash, they are going for a fast 3 kind of gameplay. Whereas what they're doing is they're going to put Hayabusa into the orange buff while they let the roamer clear the purple buff and get the head start so that the Hayabusa can get level 3 in an instant and in the blink of an eye. That way, level 4, so much faster, and they will be able to apply more pressure.
Yeah, they need this one actually. They have the mobility to do so as well. But so far with the lineup coming in from Absolute Zero, they must not underestimate this composition. They are very scary as well in the early stage.
Ouch, that is actually quite a lot of damage coming from Buji, but not too big of a deal. It is a Hayabusa regardless, and he should be getting his level 4 soon. But looks like the rotation coming from Hayabusa is slightly different from what I was expecting, possibly because Team Flash understood that, okay, given the bear was already killed, that means that we are expecting oh, hold on a second, middle lane, Hades! Picks up a kill onto Buji.
Oh, this is what you want. Again, you need Hades to be fully online here as early as possible, especially when you shut down this kind of composition coming in from Absolute Zero. Controlling the early stage of the game is going to be difficult here for AZ to bounce back, and it's now what we see from Flash SG. They want to go into this route. They want to control the early game, and with this, they need to be very aggressive.
As such, I do believe that we are going to be expecting a small little fight over here.
Oh.
And Vendetta just going to be joining in together with Rapidude. Both of them receiving a little bit too much damage, as we do have a quick little pickup coming in from the side of Curtizi. They're all about half HP, but should be pretty much fine because they do have Rapidude as the Mathilda. Good little passive healing all the way through, while JPL suffers a little bit too much damage during that small little poke session. While Cannon continues onward with double Infernal Pursuit. What? Crazy amount of damage! What was that, Can? Constantly just slamming all the way down. Yet another slam! And brings none down!
Oh, that's a bonus as well for you! And look at Ken! This EXP laner coming in from Flash SG once again, showing his dominance. Again, the comfort pick up that Phobius. He's just wrecking havoc. And look at his team fight once again here. And the turtle, just so much space been given. And this is down on the alpha. Cannot do anything.
Oh, what a mistake from my Absolute Zero. It's all about the positioning that really enabled that Phobius. You need to respect the damage coming in from Infernal Pursuit. Initially, like me, I didn't respect that. I thought that, hey, look, they don't have enough damage, blah, blah, blah. But Phobius actually does have a crazy amount of damage, especially if you have 3% clumped in.
Correct.
You actually eat the Astaros' eye, then 3 Infernal Pursuits down your way, half HP, gone.
Give credit as well to JPL there for his counter-attack. We have seen Absolute Zero forcing this team fight time and time again, but JPL is pretty much ready on his title strikes, just cutting off this combo coming in from the side of Absolute Zero.
And with the Tsunami slam down to Salas, and even with the Zaman Force drop down, Salas did not go down. So he's gonna be okay for now, but a small little change in the tempo from Absolute Zero as they diversion up top, but did not catch anyone.
This is unfortunate for them, and Flash SG taking advantage here to take that purple buff, and Absolute Zero miscalculating that skirmish play, that surprise attack,
Good
and
macro.
Flash SG managed to go back away.
Very good macro. Team Flash immediately realized that all 4 teleported back up. That means that the rest of the map is open and available for the picking. Purple buff completely undefended, and that's a free.
Wow, this is Absolute Zero right now with this composition. I'm really expecting them to have this more kills against Flash SG, but they are now going into this turtle. They must have a win in this team fight.
And now Nan, he still have got a Spear of Alpha, jumps himself right onto Kurtisi, but did not deal any damage whatsoever. As such, Hades with the Ogi Shadow Kill brings Nan down, with the rest of Absolute Zero unable to take this fight against the Turtle anymore.
That's gonna be unfortunate here for the side of Absolute Zero, and Nan was really, in the middle of the battlefield, but look at this one.
It's okay, it's okay. It's all
saved.
fine.
Saved by the escape there. And Absolute Zero, Vendetta, is going to go for a vision game here. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Salah's doing his best here to go for the split push.
As now I believe that Vendetta is going to be in a really tough spot, as this is going to be a free Inferno Pursuit, but did not land it.
Okay, but here, non-stop action on the top side with Spear of Alpha, try to go back away. And this aggression coming in from Flash SG, they're feeling it. Okay, there's going to be a circling eagle who's been used here.
Unfortunate. JPL got himself away by just a hair. I gotta have to say that Absolute Zero, they are missing out on a lot of opportunities as such. That means that they have a lot of wasted movement. But speaking of damage, wait, diversion away. They're gonna be fine. Maybe not. We still got a kill in favor of Kurtisi. Now Vanek takes the opportunity of a diversion play up north. Gives Vanek a kill.
This is Flash SG's destruction here against Absolute Zero. What is that damage? Hades with a shadow kill. I did not expect that one, Abstract. And now it is Flash SG here. Just continue to dominate all lanes. Not a single turret here been secured by Absolute Zero. Now, we have to talk about this composition, right? The early game dominance. Absolute Zero has the early game damage as well, but they have been fended off.
And now the Ogi Shadow Kill dealing bulk of the damage onto the Matilda. She can no longer enter the fight anymore. But we do have the Summer Force that's going to be coming in with a Dark Wave connects onto 2. Ken continues being the monolith of a Flash SG.
Ken is unstoppable here on his Phobius. He alone zones everyone in the side of Absolute Zero. Meanwhile, Hades' damage on his Hayabusa is just insane as well. Absolute Zero, no answers yet at this moment in time. Meanwhile, Flash SG controlling the game. Turret after turret here being secured, and map getting smaller for Absolute Zero.
There's no problems for Flash SG to take control and take the reins of Absolute Zero's jungle. There is nothing that Absolute Zero can do. Where's the damage? This is the problem when it comes down to their lineup, is that they don't have a very efficient front line to zone and to open up the map. They leave it all to Vendetta, and they leave it all over to Nan as well. As we recall, Gatokacha is, of course, a counter-engage hero. So just sending a Vendetta in to open up the map is definitely going to be a little bit tough. At least you can run away with the Avatar of the Guardian or with the Guiding Winds. Not too bad, but you enter a fight with less than half HP left, and that's not going to help a Gatokacha at all.
At this moment in time here, Abstar, it's going to be difficult already to pull through the basic combo from Absolute Zero, just because if you go for the Spear of Alpha here, the team members coming in from Flash SG can now just mitigate the damage, especially we've seen how Ken, simple ultimate there, zoning out everyone, plus Vanek, Zaman Force. He's unstoppable in that team fight. He shines on this kind of situation, in this kind of scenarios as well. And so far, Buji, on his diversions, always known by the side of Flash HD. They just countered the macro plays here, the cross-map plays from the side of Absolute Zero.
We're currently 8 minutes into this game with close to 10,000 gold lead in favor of Flash. This is actually a very crazy lead. Remember when we talk about a very micro-intensive region such as Indonesia as well as Malaysia, one of their main win conditions is to hit 10,000 goal lead in 10 minutes. Now we're looking at close to 10,000 in 8 minutes. So this is going to be one heck of a game. Team Flash, it is very unlikely for them to throw this game unless Absolute Zero puts up an absolute defense.
Yeah, they need to have some miracle plays here, but so far we've seen that Vendetta trying his best to initiate team fight. Same thing here with Nan as well, but to no avail. The movement or the movements coming in from the side of Flash SG, just avoiding such scenarios to be in the favor for the side of Absolute Zero. They just know how to position themselves away for such team fight heavy composition coming in from Absolute Zero.
Got a pretty good macro play from Team Flash as well, as they put up a heavy lane up to the northern side, in fact setting up for a slow push. Absolute Zero are forced to respond to that lane, and this allows all of Flash SG to focus all of their resources down in the bottom lane to get a free Lord.
Yeah, again, we've seen that Vendetta tried his best to pick up JPL here, but to no avail, and JPL is just playing against them here. Now it's been caught off guard by the Spear of Alpha.
Oh, unfortunately, he went down throughout the entire ordeal. There is a lot that will be marching up to the northern side, so this should be more than enough for them to bring down this T2 turret in the middle lane. I wouldn't expect too much about taking any form of inhibitors.
Yeah, 4v5 situation right now. I think this is the best scenario that Absolute Zero can have, but they're still waiting for the Lord to actually push here. They need to force this team fight, but instead it is actually Flash SG fending them off. Unfortunately for Absolute Zero, still no answers here for the aggression the Flash SG have.
As the Lord now slowly marching over to Absolute Zero's base. The T2 now under siege and destroyed. Absolute Zero dealt with the Lord. They do have an Alpha, so they're not too afraid about dealing enough damage.
Okay.
That is going to be the Tsunami Slam, just going to be executed coming from JPL, pulling Nun all the way to the hearts of Flash SG, putting him down almost immediately, but the Ogi Shadow Kill dealt a crazy amount of damage over to Salus as well as Vendetta.
And without Nun, they really lack the damage indeed to deal against Flash SG. It was JPL's job always to isolate Nun in the team fight. Without him right now, it opens up for another siege here for the side of Flash SG. Will he be able to defend over the side of Absolute Zero?
Another one of the Tsunami Slam connected down to Buji for Katizi to pick up a free kill. Ken, unfortunately, is going to be the next one onto the chopping block, while the rest of Absolute Zero falls down over the middle lane, allowing Hades to actually himself up to the top lane to take a free turret, while the Ogi Shadow Kill goes crazy on a Maniac Spree onto Nun. Double kill picked up coming from Vanix, and they are going to be making full use of this single Ballista to try to end this game as soon as possible, as Rapidude have got no way to clear this Ballista. This is 3-man from Flash SG trying to knock down the core.
That was fast.
That was fast.
That was fast. But on the side of Flash SG,
I think they restored their former glory.
Yep.
This is the Flash SG that we expected.
Yep.
And it is definitely a little bit heartbreaking to see that Absolute Zero stood no chance in this game.
Yeah, man. I thought they had a pretty good advantage, especially during the early game. But
good combo as well.
Yeah. However, the taunt coming in from Vendetta, the Spear of Alpha coming from Nun, does not reach against the side of Flash SG. This Flash SG as a team, they know how to retreat themselves, tactical retreats, and then bounce back into such team fights. Even though they had the Matilda on the side of Absolute Zero, they just crushed them. And give credit to Ken. Ken on the Phobius. He's a monster.
I think that this is another one of the times where we managed to find I would say, a hidden gem. Right? Ken did not have that much of a showing in the past few seasons. Definitely starting to, expose his name a little bit here and there. But now that joining in Flash as the, I guess, official roster? I think after taking over Diablo, I think he's really been showing himself and he's improved a lot.
Improved a lot. I think this is one of his best seasons yet, and he still keeps improving here. Now, we mentioned that Ken on the Phobius, his is one of his comfort picks as well. Glue as well.
Yes.
Right? He really shines, and it only shows here how he's dominating and how he's comfortable in using this hero against the side of Absolute Zero.
Yep.
But what surprised me, actually, Abstract, is Absolute Zero's lineup there was incredibly good in the early game. It's just too much for Absolute Zero to handle how the macro play coming in from the side of Flash SG.
I would say that generally this is a composition that they can just run it down, right? With the Matilda plus Alpha, yes. And their mid laner was who's their mid laner again? Luoyi. This is literally a lineup that can run it down right into the face of Hayabusa. And there's realistically not a lot of things that they could have done, especially since it's a clear roam. A clear roam is very ultimate reliant. Yes, you do have a lot of healing the moment that you're constantly being able to make full use of your passive and just keep slamming waves and slapping people with it. everyone around the vicinity gets healed. But other than that, you don't have too much that you can expect from a Alpha and a Matilda just running in your face. It's very difficult for the Kalia to do that. But unfortunately, AZ did not take advantage of that. They even went for a fast 3-4 Hayabusa, which makes things even more tough for AZ to invade. And I think that Flash realized that. They know that they are very invadable. And in fact, that's what I think Loi did that. Went over to the purple buff, take a look, invade, just throws a little bit of the orbs over, only to realize, okay, crap, Hayabusa did not start here.
Yeah.
So this is a very good, I would say, decision from Team Flash. That single move stopped the opponents for a possible invasion to stop them right before any form of power spike happened.
And we've seen also, you mentioned regarding the Kalea, right?
Yes.
I mean, as the game progresses there, I think Nan has been one of the favorite targets there for the side
Fair,
of
yes.
Team Flash. Without the main damage dealer, and we've seen, of course, Salas, he needs those itemizations to be on in order for him to go online. But without the Alpha in that situation, even though they had the Matilda, it's not just gonna be easy for the Matilda to just use the Guiding Wind and just escape. No, we haven't seen that one abstract. It's always been
Unfortunately not.
bursted down after the title, the Tsunami Slam. Nan is gone.
Yep, none is gone.
Oh, none.
None.
None. It happened here, but nothing happened. But yeah, this is also a situation wherein Absolute Zero must again think on how they be able to bounce back in this game. Remember in the first series, right? Opening game, they lost against Kingdom Esports. Then suddenly they know what the trick is. They know how to counter the Kingdom Esports, banning all of the assassins. So let's see on how they be able to adjust this one against Team Flash. But remember, this is Team Flash. They have a big or deep hero pool here. It's not just a simple ban can stop this team.
Indeed.
Could be a macro play as well. But let's see.
I would like to at least mention about the Gato Kacha pick. I would say the Gato Kacha is always going to be a very good pick, especially if you can find reasons to use your AOG. And I think that picking out the Gato Kacha is a good answer to a Zaman Force, is a good answer to a potential Yeef that comes out with an RWM. But in this case, I think that there's just way too much they're going to have to look out for. They don't have a proper way to so-called initiate. I think that the only way that AZ should have initiated is just an Alpha walking in or a Spear of the Alpha. But I don't think that there was any possibility for Nan to just casually walk in and deal that kind of damage. So they're kind of stuck in that spot. They're really stuck.
Yeah, indeed. But of course, it was Ken on the full use has been really stepping up here in this game. We've seen how he zones out everyone against Absolute Zero in this kind of situation. But just looking at this composition right now, Team Flash already knew what is going to be their game plan. So it only shows how experienced Team Flash is when it comes to countering such compositions here. So Absolute Zero, unfortunately for them, their Luyi surprise attacks here always been negated here on how Team Flash knew exactly where this diversion plays will come into this game. And Team Flash right now having a great momentum drive, especially with the Hayabusa's damage. I was surprised for that one, and look at the first item. It was actually a Malefic Roar, if I'm not mistaken.
Fun fact, Jusin also went for the Sky Piercer.
Yeah.
So extremely aggressive composition, or sorry, very aggressive itemization coming from Team Flash itself. They had a very good and very fast early game advantage, which would definitely explain why Katizzi have decided to go for the Sky Piercer. And I absolutely respected that. I think that for AZ, they're just lacking in terms of execution. They're not daring enough to make a move, and and most of the time it's just Flash making the move. And understandably, because of the Kalia, it makes things even tougher. Because the moment that you go in and rush in as what a Alpha would do, you might just be stopped almost immediately with a counter engage coming in from the Kalia.
I think this is where right now we're going to see some cheesy picks on the next game. Maybe Rapido here. I thought this is a great game here, especially for Rapidot having this Matilda. But again, it was just very obvious here for Team Flash on how to counter this one. But will they be able to go for the cheesy picks once again? We've seen the Franco coming in from Rapidot here, but to be honest, it's really difficult here to go up against Team Flash. They have so many players to consider here. You have to take note of Ken on his comfort picks. You have to take note, of course, of Vanix and how he dominated his lane as well. So far on the AZ, it's always Salas who's going to carry into the later stages of the game. Meanwhile, the rest of the party here just go ham or go aggressive. And Team Flash knows about this playstyle.
So I think that more or less kind of wraps up about the items and the composition all in all for both of these teams. I think the AZ do have a pretty good draft. This is not really a draft reliant game. Both teams have got their own win condition and they have their own ways to play around this. It's just that AZ got outmatched or rather outplayed by Team Flash.
Maneuvered, yeah, I agree with that one.
I think really that minute one movement, or rather the minute one decision to fast 3 the Hayabusa made a whole lot of difference in terms of the tempo.
Correct.
If they didn't do that, I think that the Hayabusa might be kind of zoned out of the purple buff, and that will be additional time wasted for Team Flash. And that could have, in turn, created an opportunity for Absolute Zero to get the Alpha to level 4 first and wreak havoc from there.
I think this composition right now we're seeing for AZ is not really possible to be carried over into the next game here. It's just very obvious already here for Team Flash on how to counter this composition. Most likely gonna expect, of course, AZ to go for the Baksha. Baksha has been banned already, right, on the first phase. So it's really difficult here for the side of AZ on how to really counter this kind of situation here. Either you're going to prioritize one player here against Team Flash. Like if you want to shut down Vanix, focus your resources against Vanix here all the time. So, but anyway, the game stats here we've seen so far, objective-wise, it's all Team Flash here. So it's just being dominant here in this game. Full dominance here against Absolute Zero. But let's see and how will Absolute Zero going to bounce back here into this game. But so far, objective-wise, didn't expect here at least a one turtle or a tower takedown here for the side of AZ with this kind of composition.
So let's take a look at how everything goes by, right? So damage dealt from Vanix is about 30. Oh wait, hold on a second. Phovius.
Yeah,
Phovius like
Ken.
30k, 37.1k. Kind of confusing bars, I gotta have to say, but regardless, oh wait, 37, yeah, 30k, 37, 7k, yeah.
It was Ken all throughout. I think Ken has been
Ken was
phenomenal.
Yeah.
You mentioned, right, his Infernal Pursuit on 3 persons on the team fight.
Oh, the Dark Wave was so good.
There you go.
I think that setup, man, oh man, the setup really allowed Ken to go onto his full potential. He didn't even build any form of damage items, just based on the raw damage as well as the scaling of Phovius's levels. More than enough to do quite a number to a very fragile composition.
And it is Boy Wonder we're seeing here is pointing at you, is really in here to win the games here. And Team Flash is looking hot right now here in the day 1 of our MPL SG playoffs. And Absolute Zero looking forward for them and how to go for the counter plays here. Again, on the regular season, we've seen them on that Ube strat here. But of course, they won't be able to use that one as Team Flash prioritize the Baksha in this game. So Absolute Zero, the Alpha and Matilda combo has been negated already here at Abstract. What more can we expect here from them? Absolute Zero, they have shown us their resiliency on the comeback against Kingdom Esports in the first series. And I do believe they will have a great match here for the second one against Team Flash.
Bring the Franco back. Bring the Franco back. I don't know. Is this too cheesy?
Too cheesy, I think.
Big team?
Too cheesy, I think. Because comparing on the fight against Kingdom Esports, they knew that Ianzi on the Assassin Hero was the key to shut him down. So that's why Franco has been used that one. Well, that's my opinion there. And it was effective, actually. Yanzi never made a great play once that Franco's been locked in onto that series.
Yeah.
But here against Team Flash, if you go for the Franco, if you stop Hades here, you have Vanix to look out for. You have Ken to look out for. There's so many things. That's why it's really difficult to go up against Team Flash, and they do have the experience as well. The composition from Absolute Zero for Team Flash, it was very obvious. They knew where the diversions are. They knew how to have these tactical retreats on this front-to-back composition coming in from Absolute Zero. But now this is a big challenge yet for this challenger team.
So what exactly is going to be the idea for AZ now?
If they have the first pick this time around, if they do have the first pick, and Clea is pretty much open here. I think they can go for this one. It's pretty effective when it comes to isolation plays. If Baksha is pretty much open as well, no doubt it's going to be priority picked as well. And we've seen, of course,
the tall order.
Yeah, the tall order. Yeah,
very tall order.
The thing. It's really that's why if they be able to take down what if they able to take down here the Flash SG here in our day one playoffs, only shows that the challenger team Absolute Zero really deserves to climb into this playoff.
So how is it gonna be like, as we have got game number 2 that's coming up to us very soon? Do note that this whichever team that wins in this game is going to make a very big impact in the brackets. If Team Flash were to win, they're moving straight over to the semi-finals, and if Absolute Zero is able to win this upcoming game, that means that they still keep themselves within the game and need to go for a full BO3 game against Team Flash. Whichever team loses would have to be knocked down to the lower half of the bracket, where they have to fight for their life in the competition for one extra game. In fact, it will be a lot more daunting for that team that is at the bottom, because they have to play 2 series in that grand finals day.
Plus, if you are into the lower bracket, it's elimination from there on.
Yes.
So, what if, right? What if AZ is going to move forward and Team Flash going into the lower bracket? You can imagine the pressure, right?
It's a tall order.
Season 6, 7, 8, these are your champions. But again, with the series right now, let's focus here on the series. Team Flash dominating here in the game 1. The pressure is actually against Absolute Zero.
It is a defensive 4-peat for Team Flash, which we will probably never see in history.
That is true.
No other region has
no
got
other
a 4-peat
region
before.
Correct.
3-peat maybe. I'm not too sure.
Malaysia, if I'm not SRG, if I'm not, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I'm not too sure either. But I know that 4-peat would be something new. So we'll see how that is eventually going to be like. We do have the Fanny, Hayabusa, Baxia banned out. The Kalia, Lucas. Okay, Kalia's gone. So now we have Lucas, we've got Kimi, Jusin, Badang, Katokacha, Chip, yes. All of these are still available. Who else should we be looking out for? Harif as well.
Yep, correct. And this is what we have discussed a while ago here, Abstract. So AZ right now, their strategy here is at least find a way to shut down one player. So I guess they are prioritizing these assassins right now. So it's going to be Hades having a hard time when it comes to his hero pool, but we have seen him very versatile on that fighter junglers as well. Suyo. He knew how to.
And Lucas as well.
Lucas as well. So
he's one of the first few people that showed damage Lucas. That was in Snapdragon Pro Series.
There you go.
Everyone was playing like tank Lucas at the point. This was the only one that played damage Lucas. From that point on, people started playing damage Lucas.
This is what I love about Team Flash, to be honest. They are the meta makers, man.
Yeah,
they're the meta makers.
Yeah.
That's why they are respected as well internationally here. And right now, they're going to go for the Moscow. Like, so far, comfort picks for the side of Absolute Zero. They do have the first priority pick here. Now, no Baksha. They don't want this Ube strat again once into the hands of Absolute Zero. Clea, which is highly the most contested when it comes to first picks. Not going to happen here for the side of AZ. And we've seen AZ right now in the hand of first priority pick. They do have Phovius here pretty much open. You don't want to give it away to the side here of Ken.
1-1 ban as well coming in from Team Flash. This will leave Lucas, Jusin, Granger available for the picking for AZ, but they gotta have to really consider as well, right? Team Flash, what is the kind of heroes that they would want for themselves?
For them, if this is going to be a first pick, Lucas here for the side of Absolute Zero, go for the Phobius once again.
Oh yeah,
But
Phobius.
instead, they're
okay, makes sense.
They
will
want to take
deny,
it away. Yep.
Deny the Phobius away from Ken.
Mhm,
After looking at that dominant showing,
Yep.
I think that makes sense to pick up the Phobius first.
Yep.
But that also means that the Lucas Granger is available for
Yes.
Team Flash or Juicin Granger. For sure, I think that Team Flash might want to prioritize picking the Granger.
Mhm.
Or would they?
They can. They can actually. Moscow right now has been banned. They have the Harriet as well, unless it will be denied by Absolute Zero here in this situation. But again, we've mentioned, of course, to Vanix, right? His most highly performing heroes was the Moscow. It was the Harith. Now, without these two, probably it's going to be Beatrix, Bruno, or there you go,
There we
Granger.
go,
So
Granger.
they want to pick it first.
Yep.
They want to
They don't
have
have
these
a lot
comfort
of,
picks.
yeah, they don't really have a lot of options right now.
Yep, that's true.
So it now leaves, okay, so especially for, it comes down to Harif, right? It wouldn't go well for Team Flash because of the Phobius already picked out. So you gotta have to kind of submit that Harif over to AZ. So it's on, the ball is on Team Flash's court. Do they want to ban the Harif in the event that AZ don't pick it up? Or do AZ want to kind of risk that?
Yeah, good question there. So they can also go for the Lucas here this moment in time. There you go. Lucas
There we go.
and Matilda.
Good. I like this.
Then you can ban the Harith here of the side of Team Flash. They can do that one. So it's a limited option right now for Absolute Zero when it comes to a gold lane. So
They have to ban goal lane actually.
Yeah.
Team Flash, they have to ban 2 goal laners. Irithel and Harif. I think these two is a must ban. There is no other way around it unless Team Flash is like, you know what, it's okay. We'll just let Vanix feed scraps.
Yeah, correct.
That means that they have to kind of pivot away the kind of the win condition away from Granger at the start. They need someone that is very, very snowbally at the start in order to justify leaving Vanix alone.
But don't get me wrong, Absolute Zero did their homework here. At least they shutting down as well the Hades deep big hero pool or the comfort picks here without the assassins right now. But again, we've mentioned the Suyo is pretty much open as well if they want to go in for a brawl against that Lucas. But Lucas is really overpowered right now, especially with the Matilda as well. Great with this first phase of what we are seeing right now. Abstract Absolute Zero is having a pretty good draft.
The first 3 draft is pretty good, and they even forced a hand onto Coach Z's, where he's forced to make a choice. If he is either he hard ban onto those 2 marksmen that I mentioned, or they just leave the marksman as alone and change their draft, or rather set the drafts up so that the jungler is going to be the main win condition. Looking at the fact that they have banned the Harif, it looks like they would want to keep the Granger as the win condition.
Yeah, me as well. I agree with you there, Abstract. They want to ban here. Irithel, you have mentioned as well, just shutting the gold laners here for against the side of Absolute Zero. Because again, Salas is one of the key players for the side of Absolute Zero. This team wants to have an aggressive early game just to give Salas the space he needed to scale and carry over the late stages of the match as well. So they can go for the route here. I think Flash SG prioritize the gold lane heroes. But on the other side, Joy will now be taken out here. And Hades, this is what they want here. Just cutting off Hades' hero pool here. So Suyo is pretty much the next hero on to choose here, unless they go for the lane here. But
Irithel might not even need to be banned because of that Hilda pickup. They might not even need to ban the Hilda. Ban the Irithel.
Okay,
They're
Kimi.
not afraid of that. So Kimi ban, I'm okay. I'm actually okay with this. I think that pickup of the Hilda is actually pretty smart.
Is he going to go forward there? Yeah, especially with this lineup, right?
This Hilda is probably one of the only other
Export
EXP laner that can really keep up with the Irithel and constantly applying the pressure onto the Irithel. You're not really too afraid. You can always just rotate down to the bottom lane and deal with the Irithel during team fights. Yes, the Granger is definitely going to have a little bit of a trouble dealing in the lanes, laning stage, but that will also mean that Team Flash with the roaming trio, they need to put attention over to the gold lane in order for Granger to not outright lose in the lane.
Okay. They need also to shut down, to be honest, the heavy aggression and the mobility from that Lucas. So anyway, Badang is pretty much open. The Glue is pretty much open here as well. So most, if you think this is a EXP,
I think it is a Glue XP.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Okay. So
Hilda XP.
Yeah. Probably,
it should be a Hilda
they
XP.
need to be very aggressive here. And when it comes to damage, I think having a roam Khalid is much preferable with this Zushin combo.
Okay, so AZ have decided to go for
Oh,
extremities, right? They want that early game dominance with the Fovias, the Matilda, as well as the Lucas, while still having a very good insurance policy over at the late stages of the game with that Sicilian. And to bank it all in, they add in the Brody, considering that they don't actually have a lot of other choices. They could have picked up the Irithel, but I think that they identify that, okay, the Hilda is going to be a pain in the ass to deal with. Let's just work with a Brody.
At least the single stun just to
The
get
single
away.
stun is not too bad. You have is a gap extender. It's a stun. In the meantime, it should be more than enough to discourage a Hilda to continue running in.
But still, I have my doubts. Let's see if one of the few, if I'm not mistaken, first time going to see the Brody here in MPL SG Season 9, if I'm
Might
not
be the
mistaken.
second time.
Second time,
Might
is
be
it?
the second time.
Okay, but...
Finally!
Oh, there you go. Suyo.
We are finally seeing the Naruto versus the Sasuke fight.
Oh, yeah!
We're finally seeing that.
The rivalry is happening here right now. And there's no Sakura is there to meddle with this fight
It's okay.
right now.
She don't matter.
Yeah.
Not like she's there for most of the fight anyways.
Stop Naruto! There's no third party right now here. So it's going to be all out fight between this Sasuke and Naruto indeed. There you go. And for Absolute Zero, there's no turning back right now. It's do or die situation for them here. But then again, lower bracket is there. But if you are Absolute Zero, you want to win.
You want to win, but
You want to win.
oh man, did I break this down for me a little bit?
Yeah.
What am I seeing here?
I love the shutdown against the Salas hero composition here. They have taken away all the comfort picks against Salas, and they're going in for this Brody. For me, again, I mentioned a while ago, it's kind of doubting this pick right now, but this is the best what you get here. But JPL right now on the roam, as expected, they need to be very aggressive here, especially with Kartizi on the Zushin. They want to cut off any breathing space here. Rapidout once again on this Matilda, having a great combo on that Naruto right now on that Lucas. I think both teams have their own play style, but again, for me, the only thing I didn't expect to be picked on the side of Absolute Zero is Salas Brody.
So now what I'm looking at is that Team Flash is effectively splitting out the map into half, right? It's a horizontal line across the map instead of a diagonal line. They put up quite a bit of a proxy game. They even tried to invade the opponent's jungle and apply a little bit of pressure down onto Rapidut. So now, even down to the bottom lane, as you can see, Nun is having a little bit of difficulty, but at least there's still the guiding wind to put Nun in a safer spot.
Wow, this is great aggression here we're seeing for Flash SG. It opens up a lot of space for them to actually control the early game tempo. But meanwhile here on the top side, all is silent here between these two. But having this Phobius into the hands of Absolute Zero, this is a big win when it comes to the matchup against Ken.
So at this point in time, even though Team Flash is extremely aggressive, they haven't really quite found any opportunity just yet. JPL is here at level 3, he's taking quite a bit of hits, but shouldn't be too big of a problem. Hades joins into the fray with a quick little arrow coming from Susano, but still nothing. It's all just poke and prod.
But Flash SG securing this turtle pit all around here with the JPL having the vision. And actually, Absolute Zero is trying to force team fight here, but Nan is still going for this purple buff. I think it's going to be too late.
Torn apart a memory! Not good enough to bring Vanix down, unfortunately. But in the meantime, we do have the turtle picked up by Team Flash. That would mean that we have quite a bit of shields coming up for Team Flash in order for them to play a little bit more aggressive, which is something that they absolutely needed since they want to invade.
Yeah, I think Salas right now will be very wary on his situation. Without the flicker right now, he's very vulnerable as well. With Flash SG's composition, they can dive. Actually, they can dive here, waiting for the right moment to pounce in. That's why we've seen Rapidots trying to defend the gold lane here at this moment.
Oh my goodness, JPL,
He's everywhere.
He is so disrespectful. Just walk right in the face of Bougie, and he's like, what do I do?
Oh, there you go.
There we go. Ooh, the Raging Sandstorm lands right on top of the Brody, takes him down, and this is going to spiral out of control as Nan goes into beast mode. Even though he did manage to get a kill down to the Katisi, he will lose his life as well. Bougie currently fleeing for his life away from JPL, and what JPL have decided to do is just walk into the turret's range and go for the quicksand guard so that he will be able to tank the turrets, allowing Hades to dive. But that didn't happen.
Yeah, it didn't happen, but there's non-stop aggression
the
here.
sun lands on top onto Salas, but it's okay. He still managed to get himself running away with the guiding wind.
It's really difficult here for Absolute Zero. Now without the flicker for the side of the Brody, he's much exposed right now. It's what Flash SG is trying to do. They want to shut down this gold lane right now, and it will give Vanix the moments or the space he needed to scale into this game. Again, Salas here is one of the key players for the side of Absolute Zero to scale into this game, but right now, Flash SG, non-stop aggression, want to give a vision all around across the map, but this is going to be the time for Absolute Zero to go for the pick themselves here, trying to converge on the top side.
To get a 2,000 goal lead in the laning phase is great, as now we move on over to Absolute Zero, trying to apply a little bit more pressure onto Flash, but they dealt all the damage onto Ken. Doesn't mean anything at all, because now Ken is back full damn health.
Oh, look at Vanix. He's trying to go for the pressure in the mid lane as well. They're trying to prioritize this turtle buff. It's going to be a mayhem here.
It's going to be a 5v4 fight right now. Hades jumps over to Vendetta, but Vendetta doesn't seem like he's going to be faced at all. Let's go for the pursuit. None goes down. Hades goes down as well. That is, both of the junglers has already been taken away. But unfortunately, Vendetta is a little bit far too deep in and have no choice but to fight to the death.
Oh man, JPL trying to fend off everyone here. Doesn't care! He doesn't care. The disrespectful, that's what you have mentioned here, Abstract. It still survived. Just absorbing all the damage. And now the turret here in the middle lane will be exposed as well.
That is
Flash
actually a pretty big IQ play from the side of JPL.
Oh, you.
Not only is it just a disrespectful move, but he freezes the lane in the middle lane just so that the creeps can go far in enough so that they don't hang around by the edge of the turret. This way, they have good ways to bring down the T1 turret in the middle lane, and this opens up so much possibilities to what Team Flash can do in the opponent's jungle.
And man, even though they're going to go for Ken.
Oh no! Another in for the pursuit. Oh, never mind. Total memory breaks him down.
And now that's going to be Ken being taken down, going for the push here on the bot side. But look at JPL constantly just scouting the enemy here with Bougie having difficulty to go for his skill shots.
Zero focus down onto the bottom lane. They managed to get a single kill on over to Vanix and also bring down the T1 turret. But at least they did manage to go for a retrade up to the top lane. Trade at the top lane. So there's one T1 and the T2 is about to go down as well.
2 turtles already been secured here for Flash SG. They're looking for their third one also. But Absolute Zero here, under 7-minute mark, out of turrets here, has been secured already by Flash SG. Now they're going to go in for this turtle contest. They have converged here in the middle lane, but will they force this team fight though? Because JPL is just giving so much information here in the Vision game.
That's his thing. He's annoying in the face of many teams because what he does is he tried to Reggie Sandstorm out of that, but it worked out too well, huh?
I remember all the support players out there. If it die, it's just space created.
Yes, space created.
Space created.
They got the turtle, didn't they?
Yeah, correct.
They got it.
That's the reason, guys.
If not for his death, he's not a free turtle.
That's always the reason of support players, and I can relate. Space created indeed. So 3 turtles been secured here from the side of Flash SG.
Saving
but
your own ass, huh, Mr. Tigro?
But man, the JPL, even though he died, giving so much attention here for the side of Absolute Zero and resources as well just to pick him off. it's still worth it, man. It's still worth it for Flash SG, for JPL to sacrifice himself.
I really like the itemization coming from JPL as well, right? Because we are looking at the Sicilian. In the early stages of the game, you don't expect too much damage. Of course, if you keep on being hit by the bad impact, it starts to add up, right? So initially, just don't get hit. So the main problem when it comes down to being to lead Rome is that there are 3 players that deals a lot of physical damage in terms of skills. There's the Phobius, there's the Lucas, and not to forget even the Brody when it comes down to torn apart memory. So most tanks normally just opt for half building, you know, the chop suey of different items, such as the Dreadnought armor, the robe, and essentially just the Dom Ice's black shield.
Correct.
So normally that's the way to go. But JPL decided to pick up Anticuras right off the bat because it's 3 physical damage dealer, and in fact it's skill damage. So it makes very good sense. I do like that direction.
And it's really difficult at this moment in time here to burst down the rest of MPL SG, Flash SG rather. And look at how the side of Flash SG is just zoning out everyone here. But you mentioned, of course, the composition coming in from Absolute Zero. They do have the scaling potential here, especially Fuji here on the Sicilian. But the question is, when is that timer will Absolute Zero going to pop off here in this game? But without such map control we are seeing here against Flash SG is really difficult here for them. They must find a way, or at least a miracle play here to bounce back.
Now, the good thing is that when it comes down to a Lucas, he kind of skills all around the game. Mid stages of the game, he's pretty naughty as well, right? Naughty, I mean nutty. He's pretty nutty as well, right? So by that point in time, in the mid stages of the game, he would have the what was that called again? Crap, the one that speeds you up into attack. But hold on a second, as we do have a really good Lantern Flare. Actually putting Rapidude in the top spot, but at least it does have the Circling Eagle away.
Okay, just trying to go back already here, but still Flash SG continues the siege here at this moment. Will they be able to force a team fight? Look at Ken just taking away the attention as well, and Hades just poking them outside.
It's pretty painful, but it's not something that Absolute Zero can't deal with. Now, you asked about their power spike. At least all around the clock, I think that they can deal with a lot of these pressure, but the real power spike really comes in when Bougie gets all the stacks that he needs, and of course other items. This is roughly at about 17 minutes in when it starts to be a lot more painful, and of course 20 minutes in, yeah, it just goes crazier from that point onwards.
Yeah, but it takes too long there, Abstract. It takes too long. And the Flash SG, they don't want that thing to happen indeed. And just like this, the non-stop aggression, non-stop siege, auto turrets being secured already. Absolute Zero, the only thing they can do is just to hunker down here and reach for the power spike here into this game. But Flash SG, non-stop, not resting a little bit here, still invading as well the jungle area here against Absolute Zero. JPL?
I think that he's gonna be fine.
Okay.
Or maybe for Curtizi. Crimson Beacon himself right out of there.
Okay.
Do not want to deal with Absolute Zero at all.
Yeah, I thought he's going to commit the Raging Sandstorm there with the flanking maneuver, but I guess not. Just playing it safe for now. And remember, if Flash SG just needs another win here to proceed right now into this game. But Absolute Zero, they're converging here to the middle lane.
Okay. Buji was slightly out of position, but he's going to be fine for now. The Raging Sandstorm from JPL is going to be committed just to get himself right out of dodge. While in the meantime, we've got Buji's positioning, gets himself in a tough spot, but never mind, as Absolute Zero fought back and taken down Ken.
Okay, Ken will respond under 30 seconds. That's a good timing for the Lord respawn time as well. So at least Flash SG can manage on that casualty here for the side of Ken, but they can go for the split push. I do love here how they transition right now, but look at the damage, the itemizations right now for the side of Salas. They do have damage. You have DHS here, you have the Malefic Gun as well. This puts a punch already here.
Oh, never mind. Circling Eagle plus that Lucas just gonna be jumping right in the face of Hades, but fortunately not quite enough to bring him down at all. Hades brings down Rapidude. As such, 2 person down from the side of Absolute Zero. All 3 members just runs away. Vendetta had to expend the flicker, but JPL! Oh, the quick standing guard slows them down! Oh, what a thunk!
I did not expect that one.
Oh my god!
This just... Okay, look at this replay here, it was initiated first by Absolute Zero, but no damage whatsoever has been dealt upon by Flash SG. The counter punch hits so hard. 3-man down here against the side for Absolute Zero.
That is big brain. I know that when it comes down to skills, it literally says slow people down in a quick sand guard. But everyone thinks of it as a healing opportunity.
Correct.
You won't just cut in the lanes and specifically say like, okay, this is a normal play. I will go in there and I will just heal myself.
Wow.
No one would do that.
That was one of the perfect situation and how to utilize the quick sand guard.
How well JPL knows his heroes, right?
Man.
I cannot stress this enough. I play Khalid a lot of time before, but it has never crossed my mind that, okay, I got this opportunity, I go past them, I quick send guard so that the rest of my team can follow up. No way in hell am I gonna think that. The first thing I think of is I got Desert Tornado to deal the damage.
Speaking of damage here, it is still going to be Absolute Zero trying to fend off this siege, but look at the damage but that Flash SG is dealing here and to the back lines, a 4v5.
That is such a classic Naruto versus Sasuke fight. Sasuke won against Naruto and then recalls in his face. Oh my goodness. This is a repeat of what we would have seen in the Naruto sequel. But hold on a second, as we do have all of the all of the T3 turrets destroyed.
Single siege, 3 inhibitor turrets gone. Flash SG here is now looking to end this game. So Hades right now, we've seen the interaction between these two, right? So I mean, Flash SG here is just perfectly going to have this game into their way. Absolute Zero, on the other hand, we're now reaching the 14-minute mark with this composition. We've mentioned a while ago, late game composition. Will it be enough though? Because there's no targets anymore here for the side of Absolute Zero. It's going to be easy for Flash SG to initiate team fights as well as pressure the lanes. Absolute Zero is looking for a pick-off here, but it's really difficult without the cross-map play heroes or the mobility unless they have to rely for Rapidot here, and they have been spotted.
Give them 3 more minutes and they will be able to do magic, as we do have got a Sanguine Claws that managed to land onto Hades, as such he's going to go down right after the Immortality has been popped. But the rest of the members coming from the side as the Flash SG with JPL as well as Ken pushes the Rapid Dude as well as the last away. So this is going to be a fight that's split into 2. Vendetta taken down by the hands of Vanix, but in the meantime, None focuses himself right into Vanix and Ken. Not quite enough to do anything, as such both of them will go down, leaving Salas as well as the Rapid Dude all alone. But that's a very aggressive play coming in from the Rapid Dude. But hey! The guiding wind brings Salas away, as such now they have to defend their core against JPL and Vanix. Rapid Dude pulling the creeps a little bit further away, but that's not quite enough for them to extend their lifeline.
Man, that defense from the side of Absolute Zero, however, is not enough. It's just too slow for that Brody to find its way through.
But don't have good wave clear.
No, not a good wave clear there. But man, Team Flash right now is going to be proceeding into our playoffs. They did pretty good, dominating fashion
now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Semifinals.
Man, I was about to mention about the fact that the team actually has got pretty good wave clear coming in from Lucas as well as the Sicilian. But unfortunately, both of them were taken down.
Yep.
And they just left with Rapidut playing as the Matilda as well as the Brody.
Yeah.
Both of which have got no wave clear.
It's really hard for we've seen how Absolute Zero trying their best here to go for the pick-offs here, but they cannot take down anyone here. Just too much macro plays that we have seen so far from the side of Team Flash SG, and this cost them a lot of resources to just pick off anyone. And JPL is Khalid just giving us a great, incredible insight on how to fully utilize this hero.
This is really basic. Like, this is so basic of a thing that you can do, of knowing you can slow people. I cannot get this out of my head. It's such a basic thing, but I have never seen anyone do it that way before.
Yeah.
But JPL did.
It was clear, right? It was clear.
Yeah, it's a very clear intention.
Yeah.
Very, very clear intention. I don't know if anyone. I don't know if anyone can just like very confidently just come up to me and say, I am also another kind of player that will walk into people and quick send guard. No,
correct.
you are a liar. You will go in and you will desert sandstorm.
Yes.
You will desert sandstorm.
Correct.
Without a doubt. Even if it's off cooldown, you will use your passive. You will
Correct.
slap them. You will slap them. You will not use your second skill just to heal. No, you will not. Don't lie.
This is also the showing how the chemistry from the side of Flash SG. I'll use my quick stand guard to slow. You finish this too,
Yeah.
like this one. So
This is
great
truly
community,
teamwork,
yeah.
right? Truly teamwork.
Wow.
Love the itemization coming from JPL as well. Straight away, just went for the anti-Kuras. Ken similarly did the same thing as well. Even though this is not exactly a Ken game, because, I mean, he's a Hilda. The Hilda is technically picked up just so that they can deny the Irithel and have an answer to the Irithel. In the end of the day, they did manage to deny the Irithel and force AZ into picking up that Brody, which in the end didn't really quite work out all that well. Did manage to pick up a kill onto Vanix. Oh, no, he did not kill Vanix. Vanix didn't even die once. So I know that Salas did manage to kill someone in the bottom lane, but I'm not too sure exactly who that person is. I think it's Ken.
It was Ken.
I think it's Ken.
Yeah. But on the other side here, I love the draft, to be honest, from the side of AZ on the first phase. They have the Lucas, they
It's a
have the
very
Matilda,
strong
they
phase
have the Phovius, right? They deny the Phovius in the hands of Ken. However, Team Flash was looking forward for this actually to cut off Salah's comfort heroes here as well in the gold lane. So
Yeah.
totally, when it comes to rotations as well, Flash SG managed to take this game against AZ and how they being aggressive themselves here on their rotations against this lineup from the side of Absolute Zero. Nan, actually, they had this comfort pick here. Nan has been, I mentioned a while ago, right, that he's one of the players who can really dominate onto the Lucas pick.
Yep.
But so far, it's been shut down here. Cannot even go for a burst damage. We've seen how they tried to go for the pick off, but no ending kill there for the side of AZ. And this is really what makes all the skirmishes here to the favor for the side of Team Flash.
I think this is also the reason Nan has got that opportunity to do that is because they were given space. In the early stages, or rather in the laning phase, there was a lot of space given away to Nan to really just play around as the Lucas and pick himself up with his very first item, right? So generally, that's where the Hunter Strike comes in and he goes crazy, he snowballs. But this time, they didn't do it at all. Khalid, played by JPL with a 0:1:8, constantly went into the face of the enemies, giving so much precious information.
Yes.
They have a Hilda that literally went in for a proxy. They have, who was that? Juicin, is it? Do they have a Juicin on their side?
Yeah.
Yes, I think, yeah.
On
Mage.
the other side,
Mage
yeah.
is a Juicin, yeah. So with the Juice...
No.
Was it really? Who was their mid lane on the Curtizi?
Curtizi.
Yeah, what did the Curtizi play again?
We
Was it a
forgot.
Juicin?
Yeah.
If it's Juicin, she's so forgettable.
Yes. We forgot Sushi.
Do we forget Juicin again?
Always. I don't know if this is the the daddy thingy already, but anyway, you need to check.
Because if it's actually Juicin, right, it's bloody hilarious. Because every time it's Juicin, we just forget about Juicin.
But anyway, the Khalid was was a pretty good performance there coming in from the side of JPL, man. You need to check.
Is it Juicin?
You need to check.
I need to check.
Yeah,
It is actually Juicin!
That's right. We always forgot. I think that last time it was the last pick, right?
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm struggling.
Why?
I
do
don't
we always
know.
forget Juicin? But regardless, back to my point, right? They were so aggressive. They gave no space to Nan. There was no space for him to breathe at all. As such, it was just a tough time for Nan. He can't farm. He can't do anything. He can't be aggressive.
Yeah.
He can't have a free walk into the opponents. Most of the time, you want to use the Guiding Wind as a way to disengage. But in most of these cases, you would have to use Guiding Wind to engage because Matilda is the one that has got the mobility.
To be honest, on the side of Absolute Zero, actually, they're very comfortable with this pick. With Nan on that Lucas we've seen, and the Matilda coming in from Rapido. You can ask no more here. Plus, you have the Phobius. But then again, they've been shut down there. It only shows that Team Flash is the better team, better experience as well. and they dominated in this series as well.
Yep. It's a very conclusive game coming in from Team Flash, and I hope that every single one of you guys have thoroughly enjoyed that game. Congratulations once over to Team Flash for making it through over to the semifinals. I would like to say that we are surprised, but we're not exactly surprised. But you know, based on your performance in the Challenger stage, it's actually a little bit of a surprise. But still, your Team Flash, so it's not that big of a surprise. But regardless, Absolute Zero. They are going to be knocked down over to the lower half of the brackets, but they are a very strong team. So make sure you guys look out for them. This is pretty much the time that we have for today.
Yeah.
Only 2 series.
Correct.
Only two series.
And yeah, it will be the last day for me as well here at the playoffs. And I love casting with you. And as well, thank you so much for the crowd as well. And looking forward, and we must not forget the Zushin.
Let's not forget Justin anymore. We'll try our best to not forget Justin anymore. But in the meantime, this is the time for from us. My name's Abstract. With me here is Deadeye. We'll be passing the microphone and our time over to our host, Hishiko, right over at Tampines Mall very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys tune in for the next few days.
Yep.
I've got Deadeye for me in day number 1. I've got day 2. I've got Churros coming in.
It's Jay's actually tomorrow.
Eh, really?
Yeah, and then Churros will be.
No. Churros is tomorrow.
Yeah. Churros tomorrow. Yeah.
And then Jace will be with me for the grand finals.
Yeah. Looking forward for this one again. Two steps away for the MSC slots as well as championship. Woo! Looking forward for that one. And next, I think tomorrow we'll be witnessing the first best of 5 series, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh crap!
Yeah, the semifinals, upper brackets.
Oh crap!
Yeah, more pressure tomorrow. Actually, Abstract, because the lower bracket.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Eliminations. Upper bracket now is going to be the start of the best of 5. Now the finals will be best of 7.
Although I gotta have to say, I really want Season 9 to have some very good best of 7, because so far we don't really have that. But anyways, we're gonna be moving on over to Tampines Mall. Over to you, Hichiko.
That was a clean and calculated win from Team Flash, and they have secured themselves a spot in the upper bracket finals tomorrow. And here we have one of the players from Flash Singapore for our player interview. So, hi Ken.
Hello.
May I ask, how big of a win is this for the team?
It boosts our confidence a lot and our morale for our upcoming games. So it's a very big confidence boost for us.
How would you plan for tomorrow matches?
Depending on who we face, we will study them.
Oh, right. So how you will study them, or more so towards who will you predict that will be the winners of tomorrow's matches, Team Evil versus RSG Singapore?
I think both teams are equally strong. Maybe RSG.
Okay. So Ken predicted that RSG will win tomorrow's match. That's a very good insight. Well, thank you so much for your time, and once again, congratulations for winning this match. It was a very well-deserved win. Thank you. All right, so everyone, that concludes our day with an incredible performance from all the teams here at Tampines Mall. Thank you to everyone who came down to the venue to support the event and also participate in all the activities here. And there will be more tomorrow. So please do come back here tomorrow to see the continuation of the MPL Singapore teams. And we'll be kicking the day off with 2 of our top 2 Singapore powerhouses, RSG Singapore and also Team Evil. And also, for tomorrow's bracket, it will be the winner of Flash versus the winner of Evil versus RSG, and then followed by Team Absolute Zero versus the losers of Evil versus RSG. Who will book a slot to win in the grand finals? Please do check out tomorrow. And none of this, and thank you to our amazing partners, Head and Shoulders, the Singapore Esports Association, and also our venue partner, Tampines Mall. Remember to stay hydrated and also clean your seats when you leave the venue, and the door opens tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you.